Hello, I am the Ronan Bawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Bawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Bawn. Sitting in the chair, just doing things in the background. I'm winded. The Light Guy 89, how are you doing? Pika Pop, hello and welcome. How am I doing? I woke up recently, so that's helpful, and felt like a, corpse shambling out of its grave, so also helpful. More legitimately helpful is a nice weak cup of coffee to start the morning. Thanks, provided by our friendly neighborhood Lady Pawn. Is that a beer in your mug? No, I'm just happy to see you, baby. No, this is just water. We'll get to the beer, presumably. We're gonna do Kerbal Space Program, so there's gotta be alcohol involved at some point. Good morning! It's like 6:40 a.m., says Naram. That's how, yeah, okay. Maybe, like, my consciousness lives wherever you are, because that's about how I feel. Or felt. The cup of coffee woke me up, gave me a little bit extra, so, I got a little bit of a jitter, just a slight sort of a thing. I never, caffeine hasn't sat well with me since I used to drink a 2-liter every morning. Stop it! A 2-liter every morning before noon on my way into work. I just grab a cheap Kmart brand 2-liter of soda and suck that thing down in 2-3 hours sitting there at work. And then one day I was having a heart attack, and I thought I was having a heart attack anyway. My left arm went numb and just felt like, my face got all red. Oh, Jesus Christ, I had this pain that crept down my shoulder and deep, nerve pain kind of thing going on. I'm like, is this what a heart attack feels like? Turns out I was having a caffeine-induced panic attack. Took me about a month of little panic attacky kind of things to figure that out, put that all together, but careful with the caffeine, kids, because it can... It can it'll just go for you, Good morning. Heyo, hello, freakier Sam. Freakier Sam. It's not just your average sort of a Sam. It's a freakier sort of a Sam. You are dead, actually. Am I? I wouldn't be surprised. This whole everything's in a simulation philosophy thing. It's starting to make a lot of sense to me. We're all being simulated, including y'all. And I actually, Lady Pawn and I were talking last night. She was conveying to me the plot lines of some things that she's watching, and they involve that. More and more stories are involving that kind of a thing, where it's you die, and then we can upload your consciousness to, the network, to the cloud, and then you'll be in heaven forever. But, you have the choice of just dying regular, or we could upload your consciousness to the cloud, and, really enjoyed a recent series, I can't remember what it's called, on Amazon Prime, that followed a character who died, and then they digitally remove his head. I mean, they don't digitally remove it, they kind of physically just zap it off. But it eats your brain and puts you up into the cloud when you do. And I was having a thought about that, while she was talking, something was occurring to me because of my Zen background and stuff, and also my socialist background, my anti-corporatism sort of vibe that I kind of throw out, was the idea, and I wonder if this has been explored specifically. A lot of things have been explored around this, but are you familiar with this premise having been explored by anyone specifically? The idea would be that, yes, indeed, when you die, we can upload your consciousness to the cloud, to the thing, and then you, networked with a whole bunch of other consciousnesses, can live on perpetually so long as the servers are operating, that kind of a deal, is the sales pitch. But what's really going on is that you are just being simulated on a server, alone, not networked, not interacting with anybody, but your consciousness is uploaded to a server. Because here's what's interesting to me from a Zen perspective, from a philosophical perspective, is the idea that all minds exist in one mind. Everyone who you've ever met, everyone who you've ever known, every person who you've imagined, who you've seen on the television, every person who you can imagine, being a certain way, behaving a certain thing, any action that you can imagine someone doing, when you go to sleep and dream, people are there. Other characters doing other things, sometimes against you, sometimes with you, sometimes, for you. But, they're there. And the idea of having like a great big vast network of consciousnesses that need to interact across a 3D virtualized space is just not, an efficient use of those corporate dollars. What you do is you sell to people the idea that you'll be online, you'll be connected, via network to everybody else who's on our network, and then you just put them in their own head for eternity. Has that been explored specifically? Because the most convincing illusion is the one that you sell yourself, and you cannot, in this life, as you exist right now, prove that you are not experiencing this exclusively in your own mind, that there is no external, that you are just a free-floating consciousness imagining everything that's happening, imagining me speaking to you about the virtual consciousness that you are experiencing right now that is completely you and nothing else.
McLeod Highlander, only one can live.
Dramasian with the 100-bit cheer. Early welcome. Duncan McLeod. Duncan McLeod. Only one. There can be only one. Are you watching Star Trek Lower Decks, Pawn? I'm not. Why would I imagine watching Pawn play KSP? Why would you? And yet, here you are doing it. The idea is that anything that you can imagine is possible, and anything you can't imagine isn't. But there's no way to prove that this experience, that there is an external world, everything that you could, I could take a video recording of myself and then play it back, and then it's there, it's so, no, you can imagine that you took a video recording of yourself, and then you can imagine watching that video recording back, and then you can imagine that the two match, even though they didn't, or they did. There's no way to prove that everything isn't just happening in your own head. But I like that, as a metaphorical subtext for everything that's going on, that points at the idea of your experience being something that you just the idea that all are one and one is all, I have personally had the experience after a lot of Zen training, a lot of Zen meditation, of standing in front of multiple people in multiple circumstances and just knowing every word that they were going to say in its exactness for the next 30 seconds and things. Just being able to predict exactly what they were going to be able to say. I just got really still and clear. The waters of my own mind were just smooth as glass and ice. And then you step into a situation and you see what the situation is, and somebody walks up to you to say the things, that person. I know exactly what you're going to say for the next 30 seconds. Maybe it's because I'm predicting the future. Maybe it's because I'm tapping into your, mind space, that we're connected on some ethereal realm, or more like quantum physics and the vibrations of mind that are transferred. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's that I'm imagining you. And now I'm imagining you saying this. And now that I've cleared the surface of my own, lakes, my own water in my mind, now that it's even and flat, I'm starting to see that, I'm just imagining all of this. There's a whole lot of different explanations, but I've had the experience of knowing without knowing, knowing before I could possibly know what was going to be. How does that work? I personally think that the human mind is, and not just the human mind, but all minds, all consciousnesses. There's the physical component to it, but I believe the physical component taps into a quantum mechanical connection. If you want to science it up, which I love to science it up, but a quantum mechanical connection of vibrations and energetic reactions that, disacknowledges the idea that there's a plate of bone between your mind and mine, that any energy ceases to radiate at any point, that anything is insulated from anything else, all of which are, fundamental truths of the physical world. So, yeah. But I find that premise very interesting. It plays into my corporate ideas too. If corporations could simulate a human mind, why would they go to the trouble of hooking you up to a network? They just sell you a package. What do you want to do when you're under? When you're in there, because we can customize anything for it. It's I want to meet the Mahatma Gandhi. I want to fly in a dragon. And it's okay. We're going to get to work on that. We're going to put you in. And then it's they just dump you in, and anything that you want to happen will happen because it's your dream, Anything, and the idea of trying to build something where someone is slowly realizing the scam that's going on or trying to figure it out. I love that premise, because how do you write a story where they can figure it out? It's your own mind. If you don't know something, you'd think, well, there's where it is. If I don't know something and I start asking about it, trying to figure it out, I won't know it, so I can't tell it to myself. No, because if you don't know something, you can imagine your most plausible version of what it probably is, and then it is that. And if at some point you start to think that that's not the truth, then you can just imagine that wherever you got that information was not true. Like in a dream. So it's like, how do you escape from that? How do you realize that that's ever going on? You don't, is really the answer to that. But it would be fun to play with. How would someone realize that they've been sold a line and really all that the corporation has done is dump their consciousness into a server and it's running completely on itself?
Total Recall movie.
Total Recall. We just watched both of those movies, Lady Pawn and I. One of them is a classic, epic, just really, really good. And the other one doesn't even work. If you look at it real hard, it doesn't even fucking work. Which do you think it is? Do you think the remake is a really good classic? That's how it always works out in these things, right? Yeah, the remake actually doesn't even fucking work. Like, the plot has two major holes in it that makes the whole movie not make any sense, which means that the premise of Total Recall, if you haven't seen either of them, is that there is a service, there is a company, there is a process now by which you don't have to go on the vacation. You can pay us to implant memories of having been on the vacation, and then it's cheaper to implant the memories of being on the vacation than to actually go on the vacation. So, come on down to save some money, and you'll have an experience that is as real as anything that's ever occurred in your life. Our main character goes down there and gets involved, and then things go sideways. And for the rest of the time, you're not quite sure if this is happening in his head, if it's part of the adventure that he paid for, the vacation, the holiday, the experience he paid for, or if it's really happening. And that's the fun of the movie. The original works very well, works very, very well. And the remake actually doesn't even, have a reason why any of the things are happening the way that they're happening. Which, I guess I just have to say then, I guess the remake movie is definitely happening in his own head, because none of this makes any fucking sense. And it was poorly written by whoever crafted his vacation experience, because it just doesn't work. The plot fundamentally fails. It falls apart. The first movie, they left a really critical part of the first movie out of the second movie, and without that part, there's no justification for the things that happen in the second movie. Which I find super, super interesting, and I'd love to do a video on YouTube about that, because I don't see that anybody's literally just called out and said this plot doesn't work. A lot of people have said this movie sucks, but I don't know that I've seen people say this plot didn't actually function. Mechanically speaking, this would not happen because this isn't a thing, and so they wouldn't do it this way. What are we talking about? Total Recall, somehow. We went from being, living in a simulation, trapped in a simulation, to my recent idea, last night's idea, for a story where you're sold that you are being uploaded to a network of people connected, but actually you're just in your own head, because everything that you've ever known is everything that you ever will know, and you can imagine and invent. I mean, it's so interesting to consider that. How much the human brain is capable of, especially in this era where we are, so much of our media and so much of our science fiction is focusing on the idea of AI and virtualized consciousness and these things that we like to imagine are just around the corner or in the next 100 years. Because it just points at the nature of your fundamental experience. That you are a little ball of sensory organs that are taking in data and feeding them to a mind. But are you? You know, are you really using those sensory organs? Do those sensory organs really exist? Because, you know, you can experience the same stuff without actually experiencing the same stuff just by putting your head down on a pillow going to sleep. Original or remake? Total Recall. We were talking about both. The remake doesn't work. Fails its own, like, the test of fucking a plot functioning. And the original is a brilliant friggin' classic. It's a hard R rating, and my god, the squibs back then, that era, that RoboCop era of special effects and stuff. I don't know why they ever got away from that. I mean, I do know why, because they're pussies, and they're going for the PG-13 ratings so that they can get, you know, more butts in seats and stuff. But, you know, in Total Recall, the original, somebody gets shot, and like a whole patch of flesh just explodes off of their body and blood. Blah! And here's why I say I don't know why they ever moved away from that, because, like, in the movies, one, it's more visually exciting to see that kind of a thing. Two, it shows massive fucking consequence for fucking around with guns, for shooting people. Like, you go to a movie, summer action movie, and see people just getting bah, 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 and, you know, things are flying off of them, and blood's just blowing up everywhere. Realistic or unrealistic, I'll tell you what, you watch one of those movies, you don't want to get shot. Like, I don't want to get shot anytime soon. And I probably don't want to shoot anybody either, because Jesus Christ. And then you go and see a modern movie that's going for a PG-13 kind of a rating, and somebody gets shot, and it's just like, puh. And then, like, a little trickle of blood goes out a hole. And it's like, oh, well, that's not a big deal, is it? Not a big consequence. But when you shoot somebody in a fucking, you know, RoboCop movie, my God, it's pah! It's like, yeah, that's a good lesson, isn't it? That's something you should be showing, that violence and that imagery, to scare people away from shooting each other for no fucking reason, you think? It's always fun. Pawn, how many senses do you think we have? Oh, I don't know. They're kind of innumerable. You know, people often overlook the sense of balance, the sense of gravity or weight, you know, buoyancy is a sense as well. You know, you got sight, you get the five senses, you get taste, touch, and those things, but, like, there's so many other senses. I don't know how many there are. I don't know if there's a list of all of the senses that somebody's come up with, or if it could, like, be put in a list, you know, or be hard to say that you're done, that you collected all of them, really. Because you have a sense of, like, when you're in a pool, you have a sense of your buoyancy in the atmosphere, but that's not like a physical, it's like a sense of, you know, it's a sense of buoyancy. It is a sense in and of itself, and it is a physical experience. There's a sense of pressure, you know, if you're in an airplane at height, and there's a sense of pressure. There's a lot of them. Touch itself is 5 separate senses. The argument is currently between 12 and 50. I absolutely believe it. They should have redid the tracker in the nose bits, as Gohan. Yeah, they replaced a lot of things with shittier versions of them. You know, it's a bad movie. It is a truly bad movie, especially because it doesn't function under its own premise. It's also poorly shot, over CGI'd, It's a really bad movie, the new Total Recall, and I love that about it. I would love to do a video talking about it. I've got it on my whiteboard next to all the other things that I'd like to do and probably never will. Also, knowing where your limbs are without seeing them. Hey, there's a sense. Where's my dick right now? Oh, yeah, there it is. The sense of dick. The erection sense. Pong, congratulations, you picked the perfect moment to start streaming. Welcome to Jim's Shitpost Emporium. Oh, God. All right, let me just time Jim out before he even gets started. Find any key. There's also a study showing that humans are able to detect magnetic fields. Oh yeah. I mean, what is it? The black shakes or something like that is a concept put forward in science fiction of, you know, just being extra sensitive to electromagnetic fields. And, you know, those making you feel sick and shit like that, which is a thing. It's a thing. I mean, I don't know if it's been proven that it's psychological or that it's physical, but I absolutely believe that it's physical. I mean, dense fucking electromagnetic fields, sensitivity to electromagnetic fields, all you gotta be is somebody who's a little bit more sensitive than everybody else, and the Wi-Fi and the fucking, the wires running in your wall, and the light bulbs, and the computer, and the fans rotating, and there's so much fucking magnetism and electricity going on around us at all times. Of course, some group of the populace is going to be hypersensitive to that. It just makes sense to me. Fantastic movie, just watched it yesterday, so creepy. What are you talking about? Were you talking about Total Recall 1990? No, but I did watch that recently as well. That's the good one. We were talking about it in contrast to the new one that doesn't even fucking work. Spun around in a blank room and asked to face north. We tended north ever so slightly more than random. Oh, wow. It's everything's fake and we are in the Matrix. See? Entirely possible, except for why would you even bother with a Matrix when you could just lock people into their own heads? They don't have to interact with one another. You don't have to set up that networked system, and every individual would imagine that they are living in the real world, and they would experience all the things that they experience now. Whatever you most believe would actually happen, which means you'd have good days and you'd have bad days. You'd have good years and you'd have bad years. Why bother connecting people when all minds exist in one mind? Your experience of the external is always an internal experience. You just think it's coming from the external. Anyway, welcome back to Kerbal Space Program, everybody. So, yesterday's live stream, it was yesterday's live stream in KSP, I built the Minmus Colony Pacifier Mark I, and that is a small collection of things that we're hoping will pacify our Minmus colony, because they have just been bombing my fucking inbox with complaints, bitching about how hard it is to move things around on the surface of Minmus. Glitchy physics, apparently, is a thing. I guess the electromagnetic field's really making them vom up there or something. I don't know. But they've been complaining, just, it's hard to refuel. It's hard to send fuel from our fuel platform on the surface of Minmus to the moon. It's hard to move things around on the moon. And I gave them all kinds of shit. They just been bitching. It's just text messages day and night. And I'm sick of it. So we're sending up a little package to hopefully pacify their complaints and make Minmus a nice place to be. Isn't that the subplot of Repo Man? Repo Man? The trap that harvests subjects in their own fantasy? So it gets you, like, stuck in your own fantasy? Poodmond, rating with a party of 5. Welcome, Poodmond and party. What were you doing today? I'm going to presume, I'm going to guess, alright, hang on, just going to put on the old magic helmet here. Kerbal Space Program? Imagine if a Mars colony actually complained about glitchy physics and needing stuff to help with it. Prove that we're all in a simulation, wouldn't it? So this is just, it looks very simple, but it was 6 hours of us, like, fucking around, really, developing and tweaking and tinkering and trying to think out all of the problems that would arise, and all of the problems we already had on Minmus. And the idea here is that we need an engine, a probe-controlled portable engine that will push our fuel from the surface of Minmus, where we're, raising it, up to, or rather over to, let's say, inward to, our space station in orbit of the moon at about 14 kilometers. We've already built a thing to do that, and it didn't work because Kerbal's glitchy physics and robotics and everything. So we're simplifying, but in a complex way. With this is our pusher engine that also is able to be driven around, hopefully, on the surface of Minmus. You may note that it only has 2 wheels on it, and it is meant to drive itself around. It wouldn't be connected to this Jeep up here, which we'll get to in a moment. But the idea is we've got a massive SAS unit on the surface of Minmus. If we set SAS to hold us flat, and then have it in SAS only mode, then I should be able to, just control us and steer us, and it will only need the 2 wheels in the back. And those 2 wheels in the back will just facilitate us moving around under electrical resources without having to burn fuel from, the LFO or burn from the monoprop that we're bringing up. It's a lot of very touchy little things, and I still have to do something, just stupidly complicated, because otherwise I just don't feel like it's not worth my time playing the game. That's the most Kerbal thing. Colony failed due to annoying distortions in space and time. Sounds about as easy as unicycling, says Naram. That's what we'll be going for. with that. But that's just one part of this. We also already had a Jeep that was similar to this in construction up on the surface of Minmus, but it lacked four-wheel drive, which this one now has. And mainly the biggest problem that we had was really that our docking port system here couldn't get low enough for a lot of the things that needed to be picked up and grabbed and moved around, and it couldn't get high enough for some of the things that it needed to grab and hook to and move around. And so to solve that, we have set up, let's see, if this is play direction forward and I hit play, we've set up this system of two counter-moving, they're exactly opposite moving hinges, which keep this docking port at a perfect 90 throughout the animation, and then if we needed more distance, we can extend them using that hydraulic cylinder, and yeah, so that gives us like basically everything that we need in terms of being able to hook up to anything that could possibly be towed. If I reverse the direction and put it all the way up, then at the maximum height here, we can go all the way to the ground to grab something and lower. A little bit lower is how I've set it up. But if we needed to go really, really high with something very, very tall that we needed to tow, that's our maximum grab at height. So that's the system that we came up with for replacing our kind of shitty tow hitch. We did a little bit of visual redesign. We stripped off some of the unnecessary parts and replaced our engine with these fuel cells. We had just used two individual fuel cells up here. But this is the new Jeep. Four-wheel drive, wider wheelbase than the last one, although it's still... It's overpowered too. These wheels are just incredible in how much kick they have on them, especially when all four of them are going at once. But that's what we did yesterday. We've got the Jeep and we've got this, and what we needed additionally that we didn't have at the end of the live stream that is still supposed to be part of this Minmus Pacifier launch system is we need a universal docking port / refueling system, because we've got our fuel tanks on Minmus and hooked up to our refining platform. We need to be able to, like, get that fuel into any craft that lands. And so that or that refueling system needs to be hooked up to at least one of the tanks in our refueling field, which is almost always hooked up to the refinery. And what we came up with previously was just a mess of glitchy physics and would bounce every time you load it in, and it'd knock the whole refinery over and stuff like that. It's not working. So we need a better system than that, and I have actually drawn up some design documents for what the system could be. I'm trying to, like, simplify it, make it as simple as humanly possible, but actually accomplish it. So that's what we're going to build today, and then we put all this together underneath a fairing and launch it to space. This is going to, if we do it right, if we've done it right in the build, this is going to be able to launch itself, or rather be its own transfer stage to Minmus and land and get it all down on the surface of Minmus. So all we'll need to do is throw a lifter stage underneath this weight, and hopefully we get it there. Pawn, this dude just said, Minmus, let's go. Sorry. Hologram 1, I see Pacifier and I expect a war crime, but it's a utility tool, 0 out of 10. Well, it is, we're doing what governments do these days. We're not, like, killing the people. We're psychologically just depressing them. We're making it so that they stop bitching and accept the lot in life that we've handed to them, completely absent of any democratic authority over an elected government or anything like that. That's what, so this is actually more evil than, like, a giant laser, because that would just, you'd be dead, as opposed to having to continue suffering through 2020. Minmus is the moon. It is Minmus, M-I-N-M-U-S, at the top there, but yeah, that's the moon that we're going to. It's the second imaginary moon around Kerbal, the solar system having been modeled very similarly to our own, but they went ahead and gave us, like, a really fun little low gravity moon out at 44 million meters around 44 million meters in orbit of Kerbal, the Earth analog, and we've got the regular moon up there. But Minmus is way more fun and way prettier and stuff. Peace is a much bigger crime. Peace isn't a crime, but keeping people in peace forcefully is. Keep people in peace by subjugation and repression? Yeah, that's worse than just killing them, really. You know? Live this horrible, shitty life that I've chosen for you and that you have no control over. As opposed to, well, let's just kill them. You know? At least then you're dead. I don't know. Minmus is smaller. Yeah, smaller and lower gravity and all of those things, which makes it so much better and nicer. And more fun and less effort. But so this we've already made. I've got the idea for the universal docking and refueling arm, and we can just start building it, as I suppose I try to explain it. What I need to do, really, is open up and try to load in. Again, we keep having to do this, but over and over and over again. Maybe if I merge this guy into here. Where do you attach, and how do you attach, and what could you attach to? Where is our attachment point for this? Seem to be dragging around there. Alright, that doesn't have an attachment point somehow, so game sucks. Let's try loading in that docking platform Mark 1? Is that helpful? That's what we've been merging in, so merge you in. This one we know at least attaches. And then once you're attached, I think the idea would be... So if I rip this off, we just want to get one of these fuel tanks in, because this is the fuel tank that exists on the surface of Minmus. But what I need is for this to be attachable via that docking port. And the way that I would get that is... Let's rip off the... No. If I make you the root part, everything goes to shit, but that's fine. If I make you the root part, and then I detach this. You know what I don't have to do? Is detach that. Like, if you are out of my way, although when I do detach that, did it like, why did you move to a better place? Because you were way better wherever that was. Apparently that's the connection point. You just like leave all of this over here. And then, where did you attach to? You would have attached to over there, so if I can find the right angle to spin you on, I can put you there. Just move that all over there, because I need one of these to build off of so we can see what we're going to be dealing with. So the setup that we have on the surface of Minmus right now is we've got two of these setting there. They don't have probe control, they don't have any means of moving themselves, they're just dead fuel tanks that we have to move around using the Jeep that that Jeep there. Can you please more toward the center of the screen? To the Jeep there. But I wanted a system that will refuel anything. Okay? And my idea is to put that system between the two fuel tanks, so that when you go to send fuel to the moon, from the surface of Minmus, you'll take one of the fuel tanks off, but this docking system, universal, refueling platform, would still be there, and would never have to be moved around again, because that's been a big problem on Minmus with the system that I put up in the first place, is how much effort it takes to just get any fucking thing done. So, let me just start building toward it, and maybe you'll see what I'm thinking of as we go. That is the too big docking port, because you're not sorted by mass, even though every time I tell you to sort by mass. So, we'd have this here. This is why I've got drawings. This is why I've got drawings spawned. And then under the robotics, I believe I'm going to go with one of you guys. So this is a rotation servo, which means that we can rotate this bit around in the middle of it. Okay. See if what I'm trying to do makes some amount of sense to you. And then another rotation servo. And importantly, I gotta make sure that this one is not gonna rotate on this side, but is gonna rotate on that side. So... Nope, so I've got it in the wrong orientation. Let's put it back to 0. And let's flip it. Like that. And then when we go to rotate it, I had it in the right orientation. Is that right? No, I think this is correct. Is this correct? You want to rotate from there. I think this will work. Yes. I think it would have worked in either of the setups, really, Pawn. But so that's 2 rotation servos attached to one another. And then gonna need another docking port. Attached to there. And then, I think, yeah, I'll go straight to that part of things. So, one, can I have these docking ports where they're not... Yeah, you have to be upside down for some reason. That's how the game wants it. You... Are you... Well, I'm not going to worry about you because I can't be asked. Not right now. So I'm going to go straight to this part of things. With the robotics, we're going to put in a controller and we're going to program it. So open the editor up. Drop that. And what I'm going to do with the editor, see if I can't move this to a place where you can watch as I work it. Action groups, we're going to bring in the target angle for this guy, and we're going to bring in the target angle for this guy. And then over in the animation, we're going to start from the, I guess, negative 180, and then we're going to go to, I suppose, what would be 180 over here. Select the point first, Pawn. There you go, to 180. Yeah. So now this one, as it goes, will rotate like that. And then the idea would be that for this guy, go ahead, select you. This should probably be at 180. And then go to negative 180. And then that allows the middle to spin freely while both docking ports stay locked down. So the middle can just rotate 360 degrees. But it lets both of the docking ports stay there. Basic setup, really for, I guess, any, rotating ring docking kind of thing that you might do in the game. I've never done that since robotics came out, but that would be about what we're looking at here. So, when you're at the top, I'd love to... now that I've done that little animation, I'd love to know that we're in the right position. Let's just set both of you to 0. So target angle 0. Target angle 0. Okay. Now I can continue building. So that will allow us to rotate something in the middle off of all of this. And that controller probably wants to move somewhere else. Probably wants to be on the bottom. Hopefully that controller will save its programming as I move it around. It goddamn better. So put the programmer on the bottom, and I was thinking of doing this the way that I've been doing things, which is to use a helicopter blade for just a rigid extendable piece that will get us up and above and over and outside. That's actually a little bit longer than I'd want it to be if only we could, merge it in to where we genuinely want it. So do I have to plan for that being the radius? Because they've got these on them? I suppose I do. If I wanted absolute control... I don't really. You could just have it... Well, let's see how far you can merge it down. Because this piece really only needs to give us a little bit away. Yeah, fuck it. For now, we'll just have like that. Alright, so now we've got a rigid... arm that extends us out a bit. And next thing is we go into what we've pretty much already built over here, but I'm not going to try and copy it. Let's just build it from scratch. And the idea would be, if I've got this drawn right, that the hinges would... We'd have our first hinge like that. Like that, I believe. So, snapping, absolute, find the dead center of that. And then you could even merge that down a little bit say to there. It's halfway through. And then we'll attach our larger, you know, our big telescoping, the one that comes out in 3 different sections, that if we extend it, it goes way the fuck out there. And then we'll have another docking, or another hinge, in the same orientation as the last, which is this orientation, yes. And then these 2 hinges can counterbalance one another. And then, I believe, in order to get the kind of clearance that I'm going to need for this, I'm going to have to do a little bit of... And I always worry about this, because the more octagonal struts and things that you use, the less, I don't know, sturdy and stable the robotics seem to be. But I want to attach you to that, something like that. And absolute snapping to get you top dead center, and then merge you down to where it looks like you're actually connected to something. Oh, we didn't. No, that's not. So back to you. Snap you over. That's fine. It's a fine looking connection. So I think I'm going to need that, because what then happens here, and this is really the brilliant part of it, all this kind of just makes sense. It's like, oh yeah, of course. I put this on sideways, actually. We'll switch that in a moment. But the if there is a brilliant part to this, it's that, followed by that. Yeah. So then for you, I'll just grab the cubic octagonal strut, because really this needs to and wants to be like so. And I think I actually want it the other way around. Did I just... hang on, I gotta try something. I grabbed this, and then I right-clicked. No, it was just how the mouse happened to move there. So something like that. That gives us a large docking port and a small docking port on the same arm. And the idea here is this would be... hello, sneezy sitars. This is universal. You know, I want this to be completely friggin' universal in terms of its usage. So, if you have a small craft, then what you want to do, probably, is come park over on this side of the craft, because when we spin this construction, which I suppose I should just get the editor back out for more consistency of the construction. When we rotate us down this way, okay, I can set this out so that you can land on it. Pull you over here for now. You can land on it top down if you'd like. We can rotate here and, you know, get it lower to get underneath your craft if that's an issue for us. And in fact, we could grab this and extend it way the hell out there, as may or may not be needed. But let's pull that back into a nothing right now. And then if we just counter whatever the angle is on here, if it's negative 30, then we put this one at 30, and we have a perfect 90. And we have a perfect, you know, angle, right angle, up and down in terms of this port being able to do a thing and get under you. This would be potentially, as I'm looking at this right now, I'm thinking maybe if I replaced this arm with one of the smaller ones that doesn't extend way the fuck out, okay, then, and then put another arm on this side of things so that we could slide under, you know, so 2 extendable arms either side of it. But the other part of this is that if you are trying to link up, does this work? You need more angle than that, really, because otherwise you're going to be limited to this angle having to be at a 0 for that to be a 90, and then that's as high as we can possibly, or that's as low as we can possibly get that port. Oh, no, pawn. Because that's why it flips. If you want to park a big craft, you park on one side. If you want to park a small craft, you park on the other side, because this could go down like that, which means that if we need it to be lower, we can do that to get it as low as we possibly could have it, and then just counterbalance the angle over here. So if you're a small craft coming up to refuel, you'd park along this side, and you'd, you know, prepare to be hooked up from this angle. And if you're a large craft, you'd park on the other side, where everything that I've just shown would behave exactly the same, except on that side, and except it would have the large docking port available instead. So that is my premise. I think, I mean, the more parts that I put on this, the more sort of jank and untrustworthy that I feel about it in terms of physics and robotics, and especially it'll be hanging itself out here. But I think I want to look at this regardless and see how I feel about it, because this would be a way better setup, now that I've put it together, if we had a smaller arm there attached to, well, just however I need to attach you, basically. To that? Is that right? Yeah, that's right. And then another extension this side of things. So in fact, could you give me an angle that doesn't suck for me putting things together? Thank you. So if I yank you off from hither, and then put in another small telescoping hydraulic cylinder, then we can get all of that functionality that allows us to really move things out. And maybe we don't need the helicopter blade at all for the extension there. Make it a little less crazy. I would lose the rotor blade, Sister Mason, just as I'm saying that. Yeah, it looks like we don't really need it at this point with this particular construction. Now this doesn't have like angles of, I mean, that's another thing that we could do. We could replace that blade with another hinge that's on an alternate, a left and right 90. If these are ups and downs, then this could be on a left and right, and then we could actually move it a little bit left and right. We would be limited to however, you know, much we could twist it there and there, but if you park your craft generally in the area, in the correct area, then, you know, it would work. I worry as I attach more and more robotics pieces. But I'm with you on this, though, getting rid of that, because it's getting just really, really long now. It needed it if it was just going to have one extendable arm, but in this configuration, I don't think it does. So that can now get all the way out there, and if we needed to, you know, when we take it wherever we're going, we collapse it up for bringing it out to, you know, Minmus, and we can just fold it up. It's going to be at its best is only a 90 for collapsibility. I mean, we'll deal with it, basically. The refueling arm that comes to you, now you don't come to it, that comes to you and you don't have to come to it. Yes, absolutely. I love the idea. Is it gonna be a good one? Let's try this. You know, I could also use heavier dutier parts on this. We could upgrade to bigger, angrier, more powerful hinges that do the same thing, but that, you know, I suppose the idea is that they would support a little bit more weight for us. So if I had that there, and then you there, now we could actually swing this thing, you know, out to there and out to wherever, you know. It's entirely possible that the other fuel tank won't be attached when we're landing somebody, but we could get, you know, it's a good range of motion there before we impact anything. I think I like this. Do we upgrade the whole system to the heavier dutier versions of at least the hinges? I don't really want to go too much farther with the extensions, because I think that's already like kind of a lot. But if I lowered you down and then brought you back up and that kind of a deal, yeah. We can bring the arm to you and attach, and we would want to attach, I think, by default. You know, we can change this live, but our docking acquire force, we'd want it low. I'm going to go to 20, because 10 has been just not working a lot of the times. I'm I'm going to go to 20 on that for stock. Rotate it 180 degrees to the other side. You want to see it? You mean with this, right? So that would be... whoop, over to here. I want to see it from this side. If I put you out there, then when I rotate in, it'll be easier to see. And then, you know, same range of movement, except for now you've got the big guy available. So let's say we wanted to get underneath something that's very low. Let's get you, in fact, down to like the lowest, right at the ground level. And then this, come up, right at ground level. With maximum extension. So if I put the threefer there, you know, like the big guy. The other thing is that I don't need this. So let's say I grabbed, what are you attached to in there? How did we, it's you. If I grab that off of there, I don't need this extension anymore. That just makes it weaker. If I got rid of you and put on the longer hydraulic cylinder, that's the wrong way around. And then attach you, however the fuck it is that I can attach you. It's important how it attaches, but now we're in like a pretty weird place, and there we go. With snapping? We already are snapping. Okay, well. So there, and then grab the thing that it's attached to. No. Grab the, that. And then with snapping in absolute mode, hit the button. That should put it dead. It didn't put it dead center. Now it's dead center. And then drag it out so we're not penetrating that anymore. And that's as far out as it'll go, which is perfect, really. Except for... no, because it rotates from here now. It pivots from there instead of at the head itself. Which is a limitation of angles, I suppose. But the idea would be to be able to... you know, we can extend all the way out there to get a bigger craft that we need to get from underneath it. And then if we needed to get something that pulls up to us at a 90, I want to look at all these things, you know, double up. Double up. Let's just pull in all of the extensions there. And the idea with that would be what? You go up on this angle. And then counter it with this angle. And then you can have it... are we restricted there because of that? Or is that just something that you'd have to do on the other side with this? Do we need another hinge for the docking ports itself? What about being able to turn the docking port 90 degrees to refuel a craft with a docking port on the front or back of the craft? It would just pull up. If it's on the front or back, just pull straight in, you know? I'd rather keep it on one line. Again, I'm trying to balance structural stability of parts that have proven themselves not particularly structurally stable against everything else, against having maximum mobility. Like, what is the simplest implementation of this? What if you put the advanced grabbing unit on the bottom of the container and grab the ground with it? Can it prevent jumping? I've been told, yesterday we talked a lot about that anything with a sphere of influence, any body in the game with a sphere of influence cannot be grabbed with a claw. So that would include Minmus. We wouldn't actually be able to just grab Minmus, if that's true. That's what I've been told, anyway. So on the other side... no, the idea is, do I do it... you do that on the other side. Let me just, you take me to this side of things. And then, yeah, on this side is where you'd be able to, no? Because that angle does that, and this angle... With all the rotations you've got here, you should be able to do fucking everything. So it's as low as that gets. Ah, so if we rotate that to here, that's why I was having trouble, right? We rotated that to here, and then your target angle came the other direction. That gets us there. We need this to end up being like that. Which means you doing this. Which means you spinning to here. And then that does get us the lowest that we could possibly be. Target extension comes out a little bit, which is enough for something really low that needed that docking port to be able to attach. That's the idea anyway. Let me grab this while I'm standing here looking at it. And see if we can't rotate it to a position that doesn't look wrong. Oh shit, I made many of them. I didn't mean to. I was holding Alt the whole time. You go away. You go away. You attach. Okay. So we can get that as low as possible. And then from there, if we need to go up, it's a bit complicated to use, honestly, because this would have to come down if we wanted to go up with that. You would rotate down as this angled up. No? I'm confused over the usage of my own design here. But I feel like it's all possible with this system, if I could just wrap my head around it. If you're lower, if I need this at a 90, you know, importantly, there was a hinge here in the old design, and this is limiting us to, you know, these two 90s as they are. I think I might want to actually look at, nice looking Jeep you have there, Pawn. Hello, Rune Antilles. Ain't she pretty? I think I might want to look at going with the other hinges. The bigger hinges, just because it's what it's trying to do. They'll have the same rotation, but like they do collapse in a way that you can counter collapse them. So this one allows us to move right and left, and then, alright, we'll set these all back to zeros, Pawn. Because we're now iterating on a slightly different design. Oh, you set that one to 0, and then you to 0? Why are we at a rotation right now? Because we shouldn't be. If you're both at 0... Are we not? It just looked like that because of the angle. Okay. Okay. Same sort of setup here. Let's start by yanking you off. And then I could... Yeah, we'll rebuild using the heavier alligator hinge. Because, I mean, this is going to be doing a lot of... It's a heavy lifting is the job that it's doing for us. Come on. We need to attach to the correct one, which is that one. And then... How would these work? This is baking my noodle a little bit to try and think of this. Because it opens and collapses in a fundamentally different way. You would want it at its middle point. So where it was before at 0. Oh shit. 90. No, go to 1,000. Go to 900. There you go. 180. We want no limitation. I meant for you to go to 0. Target angle 0. No? Alright, go to 90. The inconsistency in how these numbers work. Because there's full open... And then this is the middle point. Right try to more center the pivot point here, like so. And that gives me a starting rotation. If we can rotate... being able to pivot out... Does it even matter, pawn? It's baking my noodle a little bit because we've got 360 degree rotation here, and then we've got 180 degrees range of movement added there. Buy the last hinge in your parts list. The last hinge? Turbo shaft engine? No, okay, last hinge. This one? It's very heavy. Holy fucking balls. That's one big door. You need to open a big door, then that's the hinge you're going to be looking for. Why did you want me to do that? Wait, can the alligator go to 180 degrees open? It can. Yes, it does. So we've got 180. This is at the 90. And then, you know, it collapses to 0. So, like that. We can rotate this whole thing, and I'm just like, why do I have, if it rotates, why do I have another hinge right here? You know, in the original design, I had a rigid thing that came out, and then we hinged from the rigid thing because, like, we can use the rotation. I think I may be, you know, going off design here for the stupidest of reasons, because we don't need a hinge directly from here if we can rotate the way that we're rotating. We can move whatever it is that we're putting where we're putting it when we're putting it, well, we're putting it where we're putting it. Huh? Yeah. I'm gonna head back to the original construction because it does make sense. I've already thought about this, and then I'm, you know, not trusting my brain, which is fair enough. I mean, you've interacted with my brain on these live streams before, and I wouldn't trust the damn thing. But I'm gonna go back to this original premise here. What are you doing? Why would you do that? Why would you snap to there? I mean, you can, but you're there. All right, let's just take that off, and then... Oh, I don't want it on that side anyway. Is that why you're doing that? You're trying to remind me that I don't want it there? Okay, cool. And then, yeah, with this thing, just low as I can get it without penetrating through the other side, that'll be fine. And then from here, if we wanted to upgrade to the alligator clip, it would make some bit of sense, because we'd have a hinge. I don't think we need it. I really don't think we need that. Oh, this is going to be difficult to work with, isn't it? Oh, you need a hinge there. I thought there was a hinge on the end of that, but there isn't. You need a hinge there. Hinge me up, and this gives us a top dead center on the starting rotation. We have that, and then we're going to want also that. So it's a double hinged thing, so we can make movement in a number of different directions, and then you right on top like so. This thing needs to be centered with absolute snapping. Now it's perfectly centered. We can embed it a little bit if we want to, and I think we do. Maybe we don't, actually. That's fine, because it's just getting past all of that noise there. What are we trying to do here? Regulate height? Because if so, adding a hinge on the side with the docking port synchronized with the one on the other end would do the trick. Yeah, that's what we've got. Ooh. It's way fucking simpler in my design, but we got to a point where I was questioning whether or not we could get the right angles, and I think I was just wrong about everything that I was thinking at the time. I think I was just overcomplicating a good design already. If I took you off... No. If I took... Because we've got you there... Yeah, actually. Take you off there. Throw this shit away. Put you... here. And then one more counteracting hinge. These are wrongly done as well. You come off, wait there. You there, except for you want to be like that. No, actually, shit. No, fuck, I'm making copies because I'm holding down Alt. That. Oh, you don't have an attachment point, so that's why that's like that. Back to here, except for you need to spin. Yep. And then snap on absolutes. Looks good. Okay. And then you come down on here. This breaks off. We put another hinge where it used to be on this, or it was in the first design. It's almost like when you sit down and think something out, maybe trust it and don't just immediately abandon it because you get confused by your own ideas. Maybe that's the thing that needs to happen. Now, if you're going to attach to that, again, we kind of do have to go back to, I mean, for it to just look right, we do need the cubic octagonal strut extending that out, and then you attach like that or something. And then again with snapping. I mean, we don't, though, Pawn, and that just makes it weaker. So get rid of the cubic octagonal strut, because I think once you attach it here, you'll be able to drag it to where you want it. You know, breaking reality, but it'll look right. So again, snapping, you to there, up, up. Can't go any further up. I mean, I can if I hold shift, but then if you ever touch it again, it'll snap back to where it, you know, where it was. But that's sort of what I want it to look like right there. Yeah. 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 Okay. As long as you have the hinge on the end with the docking ports to keep them level, all's good in the hood. So this is now a setup where we could, from here, rotate this down. Give me my animation, my editor again. Thank you. Because we can rotate this down to this side, right? And then with you, target angle to whatever, and then the counter angle. Well, we'd counter these two angles, right? I mean, I can get it down like that, which means really I don't need to do anything else. Like, if I can lower you to there, then that's at ground level. And then we've got that. So that's at ground level, and then if we need to be higher with where we connect this, then I can rotate you to here. Now rotate you higher, and then pull this one down in order to get that. Yeah, is this really necessary when I've got 360 degrees of rotation? Like, if there weren't a double joint going on here. Servo, alligator, arm, alligator, small hinged sideways ports. Servo, so we got the rotation, and then you've got your alligator, but I'm just going to do hinges, you know, smaller hinges. So you're saying rotator to a hinge. I don't see that there's any reason if you've got the rotator, unless you're saying the alligator that goes left and right, we could do that there, to the extendable, to another clip, to small hinged sideways, and then ports. No. No, but I think this might be overcomplicated right now, because we've got the 360 degrees of rotation there. Specifically alligator to give extra strength. I'm open to that. I was thinking that myself, but I need to, like, reduce this down to its minimum components first, or else I just won't feel satisfied. If we can rotate 360, you know, I need to make sure that we can always get this to, like, a 90-degree angle regardless of... I mean, there's going to be a limit to it eventually, but if that's a 90, then we can rotate you. So, like, what's the maximum height we can get out of that? Up to there. We start there, and then we have another rotation. Then that's the maximum height that we can get for the docking port, for either of the docking ports with this configuration. And we can put it out there to attach it, and because I've added this one, at this position, it's going to do weird things. It's going to rotate it like that. Yeah, so that's a limitation that I don't like. And that wasn't in the original design either. The original design was just to be able to put out a port on a certain angle, and then you have to drive up to it. You know? But it couldn't, like, rotate itself left and right. So again, I'm gonna simplify this back down. Pre-rotate at 90 degrees so you can go over 90 in relation to the arm is another option. That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around, I think, is if I've got 360 degrees of rotation and I only wanted this one angle. This is the design as I literally drew it on paper. If I can get it here. You are not... What are you doing? What did you attach to and how did you attach to it? That is just not correct. Doesn't matter. I can put it where I want it, as I want it, when I want it, where I want it. Something like that. And then if I wanted it higher... Yeah, I'm really just fighting my own mind to try and conceive of what it is that I'm accomplishing or not accomplishing here. You don't look like you're not snapped correctly anymore. Are we zeroed here? We're probably not zeroed here, which is problematic. You start building off of robotics parts. And you gotta, like, make sure that everything is perfect from all the way back. And then you, give me absolute rotation. Good. Now give me absolute snapping. That's why it wouldn't snap to the middle before, as well. So there's you. And then let's bring this extension back in, like so. We couldn't we rotate it like this? No, because this is the maximum, like, angle that we're ever going to get out of that. So if I, like, had that up anymore, this is already turned down to its 90. So we can't get, like, more height and the 90 by going out like that. Which means that I'm correct in that the maximum height at a 90 limit for the system would be when that's straight up and down, and then you're at a 90? Like that? That's as high as that could get? And it's not bad. It's definitely not bad. I'm not harmed by that. Kinda curious, though, about... No, don't worry about it, Pawn. I was going to say about putting in another extension arm here instead of the helicopter blade, but it just doesn't need to be that way. If you flip the ports thing now, you can get more height. Sorry. So, if we went to the other side... Is this what you're suggesting? If I went over here... Aha! Yeah, it is what I think it is. It's just me struggling with the idea of usage of this system, because it is designed to be the minimum. You know, the fact that we've got one docking port on one side, one docking port on the other side means that depending on the circumstance, you want to park on one side or the other. of this craft. And from here, that would be maximum height, but if we didn't need all of that height, from here, I could continue to turn down and then rotate this back because we're at a flat thing like that. So we can get like a whole bunch of different angles on this side. On this side, however, like it makes me wonder, do I really need this hinge? You know? Do I really need this hinge, or do I just extend straight off of the top of this and then have a hinge at the other end of it that can 90... Like, the limitation is going to be, when you get to the end, if you can only hinge from the flat like that to there, then you can't get lower. If I hinge it lower, then I can get the one side, and then lower, then I can get the other side. If I get higher, do we even need this hinge? You don't really need the hinge on the middle even. Just a straight thing and hinges on both ends. I think that might be the case. So let's, again, fucking set everything back manually to zeros. So 0 and 0. So still rotation. And then pull you off. Pull you off. We don't necessarily even need the helicopter thing. It's just a rigid extension that... The idea behind that was that it would simply be a rigid extension that goes beyond the radius of the minimum here. You know, like our minimus, in order to clear this or that or the other thing, just have a rigid extension, then you can extend beyond that. But we don't really need it, I don't think. The hinges in the alligator thing have both 180 degrees of rotation. Yes, that is true. Maybe use a single alligator hinge to get the extra bend. It'll help get under... It will have the same thing, but it will be stronger. And it would extend us a little bit more if I put it together in the right way, potentially there. Would it extend us a little bit more? I don't know, it kind of depends on the angle. Let's just play with this for a second, because if you're like that, you need to be rotated. You snuck past me there. Is that the 90? It's not the 90. That's the 90. So, if we wanted to get this, like the small side at a super high height, then all we have to do is rotate you, like out there, and then hinge you to whatever looks 90-ish. I mean, we can do the math when we're really doing it, but that gets us the small one. Same thing for the other one there. If we wanted to get something that, like, attaches from the top, which would be an odd scenario, but if it refueled from the top, you know, we've got that ability. There's going to be certain limitations on that angle, but we can then drop it down like that while controlling the angle on this as well. So that gets that done, and then if we want to do a 90 with this, you can go to there, but you're actually better off rotating to the other side so that you can get to the lowest possible point and then still be able to rotate back at the end, like so. And then, of course, we could also refuel from underneath with that system as well. If anything, that's the main limitation, is that without a hinge there, we can't, like, slip it cleanly underneath something. There's got to be enough room for it to get underneath it. So, you know, we are losing some potential functionality by not making it more complicated, but you're always going to. So I'm okay with it. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with this. This thing works in all scenarios if the thing docking can move itself, that is. Yeah. Yeah, and, you know, it better goddamn well be able to. And if not, we've got a Jeep that can push it around. You know, I guess that's what the Jeep is for, also, to be able to help move things that can't move themselves a bit. That's a good question, though. Should we put a claw on, like, the front of the Jeep for it to be able to just grab things that don't have a docking port and move them. You can even ditch the rotor blade to make it more compact. I might be with you on that. Let's at least look at it and see how that works out. So again, for this to kind of work out well, I actually probably under this scenario it doesn't, but I'm going to do it anyway. Are you who I've got right now? What am I looking at? Drop everything. Looking for this servo, traverse rate, target. There's the target angle. God, everything's wrong here, you know? They keep putting everything in the wrong places and shit. You, also at 0. And then if we grab you off, get rid of that, put you here on that side of things. Are you in the right position up here? Of course you're not. Why would you be? Grab you. I mean, either way is valid, I suppose. I think I want that to be the case. And then you back at your 0. And so maximum rotation now looks like out to there, over to here. And then that would be about the maximum height, I suppose, for attaching something which is really fucking high from the ground. So that's good. That's good. And then for its like collapsibility and for transit's sake, target extension down. And then the best that I can actually do is just to collapse this down on itself like so. And try and fit it under a docking port. Put a double hinge at the end and attach the port in line with the rotation axis. So in line with the rotation axis is what we've already got. I think, and then double hinge. Why? I can see 100% you parking something on one side, realizing you can connect it, then struggling to move it to the other side. So hear me out. Servo so the port segment can spin. We're going around in circles. Yeah, you guys want to like make it more complicated? And bear in mind, you know, if you've been here with me, that what we have put on Minmus that's attached to this docking port system has a lovely little tendency to, you know, you attach something and it goes pop, and things go shooting off to the moon and shit. So the more gears and hinges and servos and things attached to each other, the less faith and confidence that I have. The rotation axis of the hinge at the end. You're gonna have to draw me something and send it to me, and you get working on that. Because what I'm gonna do is go take a pee. I've needed to pee since 20 minutes in. I just didn't pee before we started this thing. So maybe that's why we've had so much trouble conceiving of what I've already, you know, drawn on this fucking piece of paper here. Or actually, you know, we've reduced from it. We've reduced down to a minimum deployment kind of a thing. But let's take a break. I'll step away. I'll think about this concept. Are you talking about a rotation servo, not a hinge at the end, little magnets, so that we can, you know, have it be from that and then flip it around so that we can use it in any circumstances? Is that what you were getting at? You let me know, and when we come back, I need to save my GPU by just staring at a flat piece of ground out here. When we come back, we'll finish up this design because we're really close to, you know, this is the last thing that needed to be designed. I think this will work. I want to experiment lastly with putting some landing legs on it to support itself. Maybe even to lift the fuel tanks up or something. Like, I just... having them there gives me the option to play with it and try and get this whole thing to stop, like, bouncing whenever we do something with it on Minmus. Is that going to happen? Probably not. If they're not there, then I have no options. If they're there, then I can try putting them down and playing with spring angles and seeing, or, spring tensions and seeing if we can do anything. And if they're not there, then I just don't have any options. So, piece of paper is for beginners. Get to the whiteboard. All right, I'm going to go to the whiteboard because it's in the other room. And I'm going to pee next to the whiteboard because they're both in the same. But meet me back here in 7 minutes for more struggling to put all of the angles together on something you already pre-designed before the live stream. Because that's what you tune in for here. I'm just trying to find something nice to listen to. Let's start out with Boxcat B3, the thing, and back in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream, where I guess we ran out of music. Wow, was I really that late? I think I set it up with like 8.5 minutes worth of music, and welcome back anyway. How you doing? We're in Kerbal, and we're fighting each other, all of us, and that's fine. We're fighting each other to try and figure out this design. I realize that it is just a very, you can do it a whole bunch of ways. Each way has limitations except for the one that employs, so many parts that I'm uncomfortable with it because of how flimsy it could potentially be because of all of those parts. But we're trying to set up a universal-ish, a universal refueling arm that can attach to our platform on Minmus in a way that is stable and won't cause all of the bouncing and things that we have pretty regularly on the surface of Minmus the way that things are right now. So what we've set up currently is, I think, the simplest implementation, one of the simplest implementations. There's another one that would be basically the same, but actually a little bit simpler. And the idea is that we've got two rotation servos here that allow in the middle, this to rotate without rotating either of these docking ports. When we rotate those, they rotate. And then we've got an extendable arm that can go out, and then on the end of that we've got a hinged set, pair of docking ports in both of the sizes that docking ports are, so that we could get all of the angles. If we need to attach to something, from below, we can extend it out here and then lower down the rotation, and then it can attach to it by landing on it. I'm running out of screen space. It's very difficult to actually keep this on screen in the fucking VAB. But we could lower it down to the ground level by, once again, I'd grab this. I should really just keep it up regularly. So and pin it for control, pin it there, I guess. And then we could rotate that down as low as we could get it to the ground, literally resting on the ground, while adjusting this angle so that it counterbalances whatever angle we happen to be at with the rotation, and then we could try and land on that, or wheel something over to it and that sort of a thing. But simultaneously, if we had something that, connected from the side, we could angle this up. Well, on the other side, if it's the lower one, okay, we rotate it to either side depending on what's going on, but we could, have it as low as we can possibly get it, and then get the angle there for the lowest possible ground clearance connection, as well as the highest possible, which would be, for this guy, it'd be something like that, and then for the big one, and then we just do the opposite on the other side, if we wanted to attach with the small one. So if we were going with this, then this is the thing. This is just the thing. But it is an issue where it's for maximum connective, ability, I think you'd want a at least a two extendable arm setup plus 4 hinges in order to get everything, so that you could get the thing on the ground and then slide it underneath, so you'd want the ability to hinge down or rotate down your first arm, hinge up the next arm to be flat with the surface of whatever Minmus it'll be, and then extend out to slide underneath it. You'd want another hinge either at this pivot point for going left and right, or back at the source for going left and right, so that you could move it a little bit that way. So it would be rotation and 4 or 5 hinges and 2 extendable hydraulic arms, and then that would give you, basically everything that you could possibly do with the system. But if I build that, how's it going to handle when we actually do the docking and everything, suddenly all the physics jump? By the way, questions for stoners. Do you dream? Because for me, it kills them dead. The proof has been that they are back right now full force. Oh, have you not been smoking? Not been with the ganj lately? I'm living full HD movies every night. So it is sort of a preference. I think I during the live stream break, I think I'm on board for the idea of having left and right rotation within this space between the two docking ports. I think that's important, which would mean adding another hinge piece back here so that we can slide it a little bit left, a little bit right, and it'll be actually a fair bit when you consider how far extended we are, that we'll be able to like make minor adjustments with where it happens to be. I don't know, it's just like, you know, let's think about it like this. If we're making a 90-degree attachment to something like this, it's upright, then the thing that's attaching to it is certainly a, you know, vehicle that can move along the ground. Not certainly, but, you know, it should be if we're doing a 90-degree kind of a thing. It's possible that we had to land a craft really close to it, and it's only got, even our tow truck is like this, it's only got a docking port on the side, and then it's like, it can't move itself very well. In that instance, we would want the left to right. So I've just talked myself literally into, then out of, then back into adding that extra hinge. And this is why we're still sitting here on this otherwise, you know, incredibly simple design. Give me the robotics, and I'm also still like, with there's just so many things. You can do a bit of left to right by extending, retracting the arm. On a minor thing, once we've got the hinge there, is that what you're, how you're with the in the thing? At 2.5 seconds, that is top dead center. That should be straight up and down, but we know that it's not because it's Kerbal Space Program. If we went in here, target angle is 0. Okay, no, it is. All right, so that's straight up and down. If I pull you off, and then I add a hinge back in, I had a thought too. So you would want to be that orientation. And then this would go on top of you. And that allows us to rotate a little bit left and right for finer controls, you know, once we're already out there. So if we were down here, that's not an angle that we'd actually be able to use because it's below the surface. But if we're out there, now that we have this one, we can also sweep it. See, but if we don't have a counter hinge at that side, then we'll always be adding a bit of weird angle to it. It's just getting so much more complicated. I put one hinge here, I need another hinge out here, so it needs to be double hinged for that. Did you really want a drawing, says Little Magnets? I've got my own. But it's so much. It's getting to be so much. I think we go with the simplest implementation. Because if I'm gonna do that, then I might as well go full bore, have 2 extendable arms, hinges, double hinges for each of those, and double hinges at the top and back for the left and the right. Test with the spider on the pad, says Jermaine. It really would want that, wouldn't it? And it's such a fucking mess to try and do a test. Trying to get the spider and this, and it's all attached to this, and it's all... So, we should do a test. We'll want to do a test at some point. We'll do it. We'll do it. Give me you back to a 0. You back to a 0, because it's massively beneficial, I think, to be able to do this. 0. You back to a 0, and then you come off from there. Yeah, you'll come off from there, and then we'll have another hinge here that needs to be those directions, and then you're attached like that. You to a 0 as well. And then that's everything straight up and down. And that gives us the ability to hinge in a number of different directions. You still look good where you're attached and everything? You do? Okay. Oh, I did not hear a yes, says Little Magnus. Did you already do the drawing? If you haven't done the drawing, then no. If you've already done it, then, you know, I don't want to have wasted your time, so... But, because, like I say, there's every solution between what we had before going through this to a much more complicated system where you get every possible angle. And I don't need to see them all because I know that they exist, and I'm just making a decision as to what's going to work for us. What I definitely want to do is I want to make animations for each of the things that we have going on here. So let's try. This is going to get really complicated and really minutiae and stuff like that, so stay tuned. Like, oh, Jesus Christ. But yeah, so throughout the rotation, what I want to do is I want to set up an animation here that will have us in all of the positions that we would want to be as we go through them. And I think it's going to take two different rotation servos, one that's designed for 90 degrees and one that's designed for flat, 0 or 180 degrees. So in other words, one where it will keep us at a rotation where the docking port is sideways to us, like that, and we'd hook up like that throughout its rotation on both sides. So then we'll just have that and we can rotate through it to get it to whatever height we want for a 90, and then do the same for one where it's just flat. It's not that complicated a thing. But if we had those two animations separately, and then we also had an animation for adjusting this left and right, then that's all of the things that we can do with this setup right now, and I don't have to like get in there and try and do it by hand every time. Synchronizing all hinges, relatively simple. You need 2 more cals, 1 for each pair of hinges. Yeah, well, I'm not going to do it each individually. I'm going to like pair them all together with the rotation servo, but I think we're on the same page. Yeah, it's another thing, just trying to, you know, language, trying to speak. But so from here, we will want, like, there's got to be a limitation on its possible rotation. So let's start. That limitation is going to start with the extension limit. So target extension, if you're completely down there, where is the place at which we think we'll be actually hitting the ground with this when this hinge is at ground level-ish? And that is going to be well below ground level-ish. So let's go forward a bit more. And it can be, you know, we want it to be like a little bit lower, I think, if anything. So that it can, like, bump off the ground. But if we find our, what looks to be sort of a minimum height, I think just a little bit more of a turn. Maybe even that's too much, but let's see. That actually looks perfect right there. So, at this point in our rotation, the rotators are at 125. So let's make that 126, and let's set the restrictions so that our angle limitation on this one maximum is 126. So 125, alright, I'll just put it in manually, 126. And then our target angle here will be like that, and then on the other one, we do a negative 126 for this. So, no, we do want to restrict this. No, you're doing it in the wrong place, Pawn. Right, so it's you, and it'll be just negative 126. And that means that you guys will be values of negative 126. I actually don't have to set up the limitation, the restriction, if I just do it here. Maybe I'll unlock that when we're done, but for now, you're negative 126, are you? Yeah, that seems to be correct. You're negative 126, and then you would be 126. Good. And then our maximum on the other side should be just the inverse of those, would be my guess. So if it was 126 there, then this should be negative 126. And then you would be, on this guy, 126. And that should restrict that rotation to exactly what it does on the other side. I think that's right. And then we're going to add to this animation. Hey girl, remember when I made pizza a few hours ago? Because I fucking didn't. It's cold. Damn it. Whatever will we do with our lives? It's cold fucking pizza. That can be good. Put it in the freezer for a few minutes. Make it colder. So let's add the other things that we need, which is going to be these hinges. So if you are at 126, and this hinge, we're going to control its target angle. And that's all we need to do. Yeah, because we're using the other one rotationally. But you are currently at -34. Does that add up in some way? For 180 degrees? Because when you do two hinges, it adds up very nicely on the 90, you know, on the 180 that it'll always, you just do the opposite of one for the other. But for the target angle, it looks about right, but it's not quite right. So if we're working with, I think you were the one that's actually like rotating, and you're a -126, and then we're at -34 here. It does, that's not the point. What? Sorry. There is such thing as microwave. If you high, it'll still taste good. Because I would expect this stuff to add up to like 180, but because it's a rotation, it might have nothing to do with the price of rice in China. So 180 minus 126 gives us 54, and 54 on this is going to be ridiculous, right? -54 is like that. So do we have to presume like a interim angle in order to get this mathematically correct? -38, -37. Looks like -37 does something for us. It looks really, really flat. If I put that level with the horizon in the background, that's really, really flat at -37. Pawn, what does this thing do? Your mom. It allows us to attach with any vessel, for refueling is the idea. I believe the best kind of correct is technically correct. -35, how do you get that, Jermasian? Are you doing some kind of a math on that? Because if we've got 180 minus 126, we've got 54 left over. You know, if I subtract 35, okay, if I click in it and then subtract 35, and we got a 19-degree angle, the amount of your, because if you're just guessing, then I'm guessing at -37. That looks flat as a motherfucker to me. It might be a little bit off. You might be right. No, that looks bent at every angle. Like, if I can get up a little bit and get this view, and then I put it back at -37. -37 seems to be the right one. Since the other angle is the triangle is 90. Wait a second. It's a triangle thing. It's trigonometry, everyone. 90 minus 54, since the other angle in the triangle is 90. So 180 minus 90 minus 56. So 180 minus 90, because we're just taking half of it off. We're going down from 90, and then the opposing of the 126. Sorry, where does the 126 come in? I think, and I teach trigonometry, so I might even be right. Where does our 126 come in? It's got to be part of this calculation, right? So how are we getting there? The, because that's 126 from this angle. The remainder is 34 degrees. He is at adjacent triangle to the triangle. The remainder is 34 degrees. Means the arm is at 180 minus 90 minus 56 from horizontal. Because the 90 and the 56 add up to the 126. That's what you needed to say to make my brain. But 90, right? No, 126 minus 90 is not 56. So it's 34, and then 56, and then another 9. What? If you teach it, you need to go work on that. As I'm sitting here, how does the 126 play into this? How are we working the 126? It's the only variable we have here, outside of just a triangle is a 90. And, 90 plus 56 is 146. Yes! And we're at 126, so should not be this hard. No, it shouldn't. And I mean, it's looking perfect at negative 37, so convince me otherwise. That it don't just look real good. Because I think, if I did this right now, let me just, for the fuck of it, while you guys are trying to do work for me that I refuse to do for myself, thank you very much for that. If I set you to start at negative 37, as you currently are, and then go to 37 on the other side, then when this plays, nothing happens. Sorry. You are moving with it. If you're at negative 37, we actually need you to... You stay flat as you rise until we get to our height, and then you switch to the other direction. That's the idea. So we get into the perfect middle at a time of 5 seconds, and here we would want you to be at your full 90. So at time 5 seconds, you, or at 2.5 rather, in the middle of this rotation, at time of 2.5, you should be at a negative 90. No, the other way, a 90. But you're not actually staying flat throughout that across that curve. You get to the top, you're there. So actually we'd want it to be about here, at whatever point in time this is that the editor doesn't seem to actually tell me until I click on something. What time are we? If I grab you and drag you to there, say a 1.9. But you're not at a 90 at that point. Oh, this is going to be some shit. Make the curve linear if you can. I can actually too. Was I right in the first instance? Let's go back to that and make it linear. 2.5, and then you're to the 90 there, and then if you stay with it but you go linear instead, that would be from you, and then, can I, like, double select and do that? It's gonna make them all linear, that's fine. Which means that all of these would need to be linear for them to be even. Hey! That seems to have done it. That seems to have done it. But it doesn't look quite right. Oh, it does when I get it back to, like, where we're looking at it evenly without camera distortions and stuff. So if we're just looking straight at it, and then I drag along, it's looking like it stays flat all the way up to there. Okay. It was just the linear thing. Good fucking call, Naram. The horizon says it's horizontal, says Rune Antilles. But we can't figure out the math for it? Look at the background. Yeah, it looks good. It looks very flat right there. Now that I got the camera in the right place, boom to there. And then on this side, when we get to here, we actually want it to flip to the other version of this, because it's going to be exclusively our thing, which means we need more time in the middle. Let's change this. Okay. We're going to have multiple points. I told you it was going to be a mess, but we're going to have that be at 2 seconds. And that's going to have to flip quickly in the middle. Let's, 1.5 out of 5, and then there's a quick flip in the middle. 1.8. Because once we've got these all set up, I've worked with the system already quite a bit, we can change the length and it'll just scale them all. Well, let's give it enough time to be able to, like, get from... It goes from there to there, and that means that we want to be at the peak of our arc at 1.8 on each of these, at the midpoint of our arc, and the midpoint of our arc should be 0. So, for you, I want a new point here that's at 1.8 exactly, and you're going to be a value of 0 when you get to there. And then if that's 1.8 from the end, then from 5 seconds back, it's 3.2. So at 3.2, add another point. At the time 3.2, we want you to still be 0. And you are going to have to be flat. Flat, flat, flat. And then the same happens up here. So 1.8 and 3.2, give me a point. This one at 3.2 and have you be at 0, and then give me another point, move this one to 1.8. Okay, you can't have a point on that side if you started it on that side. Alright, so over here 1.8, and then you're at 0 as well, so it will stop and wait in the middle is the idea for both of these. So we do that, and then it stops, and then we can flip that, and then do that. So from here to give me another point over here at 3.2. Because what we want from you then is to be at your 0 point. I'm sorry, at the time of 3.2. We want you to be, if that was a negative... I'm actually quite confused at that, so let's just target angle and negative 90. That's what we want from you. Negative 90 at that point. And again, go ahead and keep these all linear, like that. So we do... There you go. That's our animation. That's what we wanted to see, and that's what we're seeing. It's brilliant, it's beautiful, it's lovely. So it stays flat, and then this is for any vessel that needs to, like, be attached to, you know, from the bottom up kind of a deal. That's the premise behind that. And for its length, since this is a sort of fine adjustable, maybe 8 seconds, maybe even 10. Drop that hinge. I don't need that. Let's just play. Over 8 seconds, it actually moves quite quickly, if I'm honest. Way too quickly, really. Let's try going up to 12 seconds and play it in reverse. How do I change direction from here? I just hit play. Move to the previous point, move to the... loop mode, no. Play direction. Ah, there we go. I play it like that. Moves a bit slower. You will need a probe core so you can set it up for the craft to dock. It will be attached to our drilling platform, which has a probe core. And also it has a permanently staffed Bill Kerman inspecting it perpetually. So we're good on that head. This is still too fast, I think. I'm gonna go to 15 seconds. Go forward, play it. Because what I'm gonna set this up with is I'm gonna do what we have always done with our, or what we've been doing lately with our animations and stuff, so that it'll be on 2 toggles, one that plays and one that switches direction, so that I can toggle the play so that we can like move it and then pause it. And then if I went past it, I can switch direction, hit it again, move it back, pause it, that kind of a thing to not have to do all of this work manually. But that gets us that. You know, that gets us our straight up and down connection point, and it looks right. We did it purely by visuals because I couldn't, my brain wouldn't find the fucking trigonometry for it. It's definitely meant to be 36. Maths, buddy. How, but no one can explain it. 180 minus 126 gives the 54, says Naram. And then how do we get to 36? How do we get to 36? You've got claims, but you can't show your fucking work. That doesn't matter, then. You're cheating. 90 minus the 54. And we got to the 54 how? 180 minus the 126 gives the 54, the 90 minus the 54 equals the 36. There you go! Yeah! Alright, then I'm convinced, and now it's going to take ages for me to fix that. By which I mean I come down here, and I click there, and I say negative 36. And then I go over here, and I say 36. And then it's fixed. Boy, that sure does not look flat. This is a space refueling station. It is a landed on Minmus refinery. You know, it looks flat when I'm looking at it flatly. So I'm going to trust the math. That's what I wanted, was math, and you've given me trustworthy math. Thank you very much. To get the 36, we got it. Alright, so that's animation number 1. Alright, that is just animation number 1. So we can drop that now. Come back to it in a minute. Because now I need another one. I need another one. In fact, if I duplicate the first one, I just might be able to use the work that we just did. Why you know? Well, because it's at weird angles, Spawn. Alright. Can you open up the editor and put me at the middle of this? I don't think I can control the exact point in time, though. Oh, but it's in there and it's stuck there for so long that, yeah, this is fine. So I'll have one of you over here. And close this down, and then open the editor. And it didn't save any of the information, didn't copy anything across. This game is great. This game is just so well designed. And they said trigonometry was useless in the real world. Let me just try that again, because I don't want to be like, oh, but you pulled it out of here. You got distracted and you pulled it out of here instead. I've just made a copy. An exact duplicate of this, which means it should contain the information about what we've done there. It contains absolutely goddamn motherfucking nothing, because this game is made by monkeys. Locked in a room, and they managed to eventually churn something out. So we have to set it all up again. Be right back. Laptop just crashed. Okay. How did you say that, then? I have a cell phone. Oh, okay. So we have to set it all up again, and this would be starting from negative 126s and things like that. So we need you, your target angle, we need your target angle, and we will want that one, your target angle. Those 3, rotation servos, at the beginning, you will be at a negative 126, apparently. Is that right? I might have them backwards, so we're gonna find out right here, right now. Yeah, I think I do have them backwards. You are going to be, go back to this one, so you're gonna be at the 126. We might have to change how high it is, actually, for this, too, but we'll start somewhere. So on you, your point should be... You are at the negative 126, okay. Well, what is going on here? Just keep going, Pawn. Alright, so at the end of you, you would be at the 126. And you are at the negative 126. Okay. Good. Seems to be correct. Yeah, we are going to have to do this differently for this because the rotation angle of you is going to have to be down like so. So we want the lowest possible, moment where we can actually have that. Oh, fuck me. What were you at again? I mean, it's not going to help me much. Let's just say 36. We'll start with a value of 36 so this doesn't keep jumping around on me. And then we find the place at which this doesn't look like it's completely below the surface of the thing and the guys and the stuff. Your target angle down to... Well, are you just going to be flat 90? No, because we'll be at some bit of an angle to drop it down. So yeah, it's going to be somewhere out there. You actually look about as low as you could probably go. Right there. So what have we got on this angle currently? No, on this rotation. You are at a 99.5. Let's go down to the 99 for safety on that, which means we're going to change you to a 99 and you to a negative 99, and then we're going to change you to a negative 99 and you to a 99, and we go into the hinge and we've got that. Now we'll figure out what your angle is supposed to be if it's 99. So we did this before. Is it 180 minus 99, which gives us 81 minus 90. 90 minus which, wait, so it's, oh, our target angle is way easier to calculate this time. It's just 81. I don't understand why it just worked out, but it did, because we're just working directly within the triangle instead of the two triangles. Maybe my brain just is burned out and I can't understand life anymore. But you need to stay at that angle. You're not going all the way. Like at the top, we need in the middle of this, which will be at the 7.5. So make a point. 7.5. We're going to do it the same way we did last time. Put it in the middle, then move it out, make two of them. But just to conceive of this, from you to there, we start with a 81. So you'll be the negative 81? Is that wrong? Oh yeah, and these all need to be flat. Flat? I'm gonna select them. Flat. 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 No, what am I going for here? Oh, I'm doing it wrong. Yes, this is supposed to be the other way. So everything that we've just done is useless because I'm doing it wrong. This is supposed to be, we get more angle on this side if it's like this to start with, right? No. Something like that, I can't get to it. So from here we do that, but then as we go up, we can only get to there, and then what, we have to flip? Because I can only do that as we come up, and then it would have to flip to there to do the other side of things. Shit. Should move the other direction, which it can't. You can only hold it at 90 for the last 9 in both seconds. Yeah. Fuck. Is this why in my original design and drawing there are 2 hydraulic arms? There are two hinges? There's the one that comes out, and then there's the 2 hinge and with the hydraulic arm between them, and we've decided to get rid of that. You need one position from 0 to 90 and the opposite the other way round. I mean, we can still do that as an animation here to save the parts and not overcomplicate the mechanics of it. I mean, it's going to overcomplicate the animation, but we can have that be the lowest attachment point on this side of things, and then, you know, on the other side of things would be all of the connection points for the opposite thing. So it would be like, if you've got a really low attachment point, which we probably won't ever be using, if you got a really low attachment point down there, then it would be below this line. Yeah. I mean, I could just forego having any. So this is an 8-hour build now, is it? Shut up. We only been here for 2 hours, 15 minutes. I think I will set this up with that. It'll be a fun little sort of an animation to do. Which means that what we want is you're at 99. So let's say across the first 2 seconds. Alright, so give me a point, and we'll hit the time at 2 seconds. That's a lot of time, actually, for this small area. Let's do across 1.5 seconds. We want you to value out at your 90. And then if it's 2 seconds this side, then it'll be 13 seconds the other side. So you... 13 seconds, and you'll be at the negative 90 when you're at that point. And by the way, all of these flat plays, flat on everything. So you would be there, and then you would hold for it to flip. So that's going to be another thing. So if you hold for it to flip for like another 2 seconds as it rotates itself, then I'd have a point at, let's say a little bit more. Let's say 4.5, no, just go with 4 with 4 seconds there. So we come out to 2 seconds, and then we go to 4 seconds. Why does that gap look so much larger? What? You're at the 1.5. Ah, well then do it for... No, that's perfect then. Do it at 4. 4 is a good number. So at 4, we want you to hold at your 90 as we rotate that thing back around. Flatly, Michael. So you would be boom, and then boom, and we're not seeing it because this is one side of things. We need the other side. So this is not supposed to be 13 then. This was supposed to be 13.5. And then at a 2 second difference from that, wait, 1.5, because we were at 1.5 and then we go out to 4. So that's 2.5 second difference. 2.5 second difference from, what were we at? 13? 13, so 10.5? Or is it 11.5? What am I dealing with? 13.5 minus 2.5 is 11. It's just straight up 11 you get. So 11, and then make it flat again, please. Will I have to do this after I correct it? You're going to stay at your negative 90 across that, and then make it flat again, so it defaults to that. Right. Right. This is how you get teams of engineers spending months to design a fucking screw in the real world. Yes? Yes? Engineering is hard, isn't it? Basic mathematics is the worst of it, really, when you get down to it. That's really... It's my problem. That, and it is at a time of 1.5, thank you very much, and then the value here will be at your negative 90. We want you to hold when you hit that, and then you go out to 4, and hold at your negative 90. Now we should be able to see that this is happening. Except for that it's not doing it flatly. Flat. Flat. So it moves up, and then it stops, waits for it to flip. Yeah. And then it will come over to here, where it should be 11, if I remember correct. 11, and you'll be at the 90. There you go. And then this one, which is... Oh my god, I hit 13.5 exactly. Really? Why do I not trust that? 13.5. Doesn't look like it's there. And then 90 again. So, oh, don't forget to make it nice and flat. Okay. So that's got those movements that allow us to do that. We probably are going to need another stop point at the top. No, we won't. We won't in this one. It's an opposite. Maybe. Maybe we won't. So from you to the 90, I think it's just this. You got a value of negative 80. Why would you do that? Why would you... Don't worry about it, pawn. That's all the way across everything. Just give me a new point. Give me a new point where we are right now. Put it at 1.5, and you're starting at a value of 81. And so I presume what you want to do is go to your 90. Am I wrong? Yeah, there we go. And then you do that, and then you flip to the opposite, which will be at 4 seconds. And the opposite direction for you, full deployment in the opposite direction. That's what we're looking at. Which would be, what? Negative 90, right? The fact that the values change too across the hinges and rotators are not making it any easier for me. So it'd be like that, and then that. And we'll actually want to give it more of... We'll want to delay before it starts moving again, kind of thing, so I can hold it in a decent position. So if that's the maximum there, is there still going to be like a big gap of where one and the other doesn't? We'll just keep going, Pong. You're too deep in to fight it now. So to the... Let's see, so... From there, I think you get rid of this guy. Because then from here, where you're at the negative 90, over here you want to be at the 90. So at 11 seconds, we want to be at the 90. Flatly. And there you go. That gets us 90 degrees for either side, and then it gets to that point. And then from here to here, we flip it. So this will be at 13.5. 13.5. The value of negative 90. Flatly. So on this side, the small one gets everything, like it can grab things low from there to there, but I think this is going to be the issue. So that's the maximum, like, low it can grab, and then when we get over to here, the maximum low it can grab before it flips is way up there. So there is a dead zone in this design. We had to just do it, you know, for me to conceive of it, but there's a big fucking dead zone right in the middle that we actually can't grab, like, from here to here on either side of this thing, for both of them. With the careful application of the extension, though. So we flip over like this. No, the dead zone gets bigger as we go out, right? Because we just don't have an angle from there to there. So if we extend from here, we can't get it. If we extend from back here on that side, we're always getting lower. So there is a radius of dead zone where we cannot grab. Correct? Like we can get like a whole bunch of stuff along there, and then we get to here, we flip over, and then if we were parked on the other side, fuck. We can get everything down to there. Yeah, huge dead zone with this. Not having a dead zone would require 2 hinges so the thing can go 360 degrees, which was the original design. So, again, I sit down, I think it through, come to the live stream, go, whoa, what about this? We don't need that, right? We don't need that. And it's like, no, previous you actually had already figured this out. Yeah, fuck. So, the simple correction for this is just to double hinge it right here, right? We double hinge it right there, and then we've got it. Now, the way that I'd done this before, however, in the design, if I were to just go back to the design, like you could go back to the live stream 2 hours and see me just showing you what I'd drawn up. I have a rigid attachment that comes out to this, to the radius where we need clearance anyway. Rigid attachment does not rotate. Then there's a hinge there. then there's a hinge there, and then there's a hinge here. 2 hinges so the thing can go 360. So, like, having just spent 2 hours doing things that just took me away from what we needed to do, should I just go back to the drawing? Because, I'd hate to carry on and find out, another 2 hours from now that, I really should have trusted myself. Double hinge at the outer end to give us the 360 rotation from there. My design is so much better than everything that we've come up with since. My design is so much better than everything that we've done here. So we're going back to that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. I'm going to target extension. I'm just going to make what is on the piece of paper that I drew up last night while I was just sitting around and doing stuff. That's except for with the addition of this. It's the only thing that wasn't there originally that now we're going to have. So yank that off and give me the fucking helicopter blade. Okay, so there's the minor addition of that. Now, at all attachment points, when you're rotated, will you penetrate out? Probably. I don't like it. I don't love it. But I feel better having this hinge back here. It just seems more structurally, reasonable. Let me just put you at, like, the harshest angle that you will possibly be able to get. Like that. And then take this and pull you in and see when I start seeing you pop through the other sides. It's gonna be like that. Yeah. That'll be fine. That'll be fine is what that'll be. And then you back to 0 degrees. And then all this reattaches over here. And it's definitely not like that. But let's start by getting the absolute snap for the middle of that blade. And I could actually do like that to make it less unruly. So long as so if you end there, and the tip of me is about there, then that's good. Yeah, that's exactly how I designed it again, is so that this rigid arm is just the length of that, the distance of that. So that's good. Now, you, I believe, need to rotate, like, I don't remember which direction we actually had you. Was it this side? No, I think, because you're at the bottom of the translation there, so I think it's this. Yeah. Oh, fuck, Pong, you didn't put the thing in. That's the whole point. Get that back off. You get you to here, and then rotate like that. Forgot the whole reason why I was doing it. And then you, there we go, perfect snapping to the middle. And then you can't actually embed too much because you'll be rotating at that point. I could. Yeah, I could, and I will, but after I attach this. I think you're like that, and then you do the thing so that it matches your goddamn drawing from earlier. More or less. Because so far what we're looking at here does not collapse well on itself for, like, transit. Put you back to here, and then let me see these angles and stuff. That's not bad for collapsing down a little bit. We're gonna need some big space for different things. Ah, yeah, there's your small problem, Pawn. That's why you can't... You're way better off just, like, merging this through. And it's just a matter of having parts that are the right length and shit, and we don't, and that sucks. But that's not my fault that they don't exist in the game. You merge you all the way back until you're penetrating the other side, and then check this as we swing it around, see how weird and wrong it looks. Oh, it gets real weird, but it would never penetrate, it wouldn't go past there. I'm willing to deal with that, just because we don't have a rigid part that has exactly that length. Okay. Could actually go ahead and do the angle limitation on this to be a 47. Stops right there. Yep, that's the maximum clearance. And then we'll put the other side at a negative 47, even though it probably isn't quite right. No. What? Oh, shit. You're 47. No angle limitation on this side. Fuck it. Fuck it. You should see, Vaughn, it's you cared about what it looked like. Yeah, I'll do the angle limitation to negative 47. Because I think I prefer that. There you go. So there's all your angle limitations. Set this back to a hard 0. Alright, and then you back to a hard 0. And then what are we doing? How are we doing it? So this makes things a lot easier, I believe. Just like from here, you're at your lowest. You do that. So yeah, actually, on this side it would want to be this one. Right? God, it gets so fucking complicated. You... like this. Flip you down like that. To be low with the ground. Like so. And then as we rotate up, you twist... this twists down as you twist out, is the idea. Right? Let's start working on that. So, action groups. Add me. Oh, God. You go over here, I guess. Add me in this rotation. So, target angle on you. We've got you involved as well in this mess. In this utter mess. And really what we could do is we could lock this to... This doesn't need to be a servo. It could just be a hinge. If we have 180 degrees worth of movement, it would have to be 2 hinges to counter each other. But I'm thinking just to make this simple and straightforward and keep the numbers seemingly logical, that I would have your, like, not your angle, but you guys... Like, if it maxes out at 100, then we're fine. Or, I mean, at flat, you know? So, your target angle, like, if you just stop at negative 90. And then this comes down to get us the lowest thing that we could possibly get for a side. Yeah? Yeah? Is that reasonable? And then if we do decide to replace those with hinges, then that's also doable. So that is looking like kind of lowest for you, would be a negative 10, and that means that on this side, your angle, am I looking at it? Does that mean that you would be a negative 80? Because we add that up to 90. Yep. So if we started from here, at the lowest point, I think you can go lower. I think you could go to -8 or something like that. Oh, you go, it's lower that way. -12 on you, so this would be -78. I just want to make sure that we're not missing any ground clearance in this animation. That looks good to me. So you're supposed to be -78 on that. That's where we start for this new rotation that we're setting up. So for you, which hinge is this that I'm selected? It's you, and what you're at currently is the -12. So, value -12. I feed and change the baby and you added another goddamn hinge. Yep. Yep. I didn't add it, Chad added it. We start you at -12, we start the other one at, what are you at right now? -78. Yes, yes, yes. -78. Oof. So that's where you start, be flat, and then this, just fucking delete all this. It's a mess. It's a big goddamn mess. Don't worry about it. Just get rid of it, get rid of it, get rid of it. Be simple, be straightforward. You are where you're supposed to be. Make this flat. Starting at -78 and -12. Chat, I left for 15 minutes. Fuck! So then, as we go, is this going to be another thing where it has to flip at the top? Because if it does, how do we do the last one in terms of 15 seconds? If we give it 2 seconds in the middle to flip, it's fine. So 6.5 in the middle. Take me to somewhere out here, and then just set you to 6.5 in the middle, and this is that one. This is getting very complicated in my mind. At this point in the rotation, we want this to be our maximum height, right? So let's have you be just zeroed, which means that you would also be zeroed. You and you. Okay. And you would be zeroed as well. I'm just doing it here so that I can see what the fuck is going on with my life. You know, what the fuck is going on with my life? You wouldn't be zeroed, because the maximum angle that we can get on this one is going to be, if you're zeroed, you're like that. We need this to be at its -90? Yeah, which means that you actually have to be at your -90 as well. I'm so confused. It's maximum extension for you. So having you at 0, but if I had you up here, and that doesn't do it either. You just change the limits, not the target angle. On what? Target angle -90. We have to work backwards, basically. If we want this to stay right up and down, -90. Like, this can't do that anymore from that point. Right? So then from this point, it switches into the other large docking port mode. Are we going to end up with the same dead zone issue? Right now it reads angle limit -90 to -86 on both hinges. Oh, really? Fuck you. Fuck you. I just hate this interface. All of it sucks. Fuck you. Am I going to end up with the same dead zone issue? But at a different location. Because from here, we can't keep this at a 90 anymore. So we flip this over to its maximum, and then you'd have all the tall stuff would be from here to here you could get on this side, and then on this side you'd get it from here to here, and I still have a dead zone. How can that possibly be if I can rotate from here? If I can rotate from here, then I can do a lot of other things, right? Goddamn, robotics is fucking complicated. If you're down like that... If I lock this guy in at, let's say, a -45 instead of going to the 90. He's at a -45, which means that this guy can come to, well, a -45 to get you straight out. But if you're at the -90... Oh, fuck, I've grabbed the wrong one. U to 0. Have I got the wrong one again? Why do you have a hinge that goes left and right there? Oh, right, to counterbalance it, right, but it's you. Yeah, it's really fucking complicated. So then you'd be at the -45 as well. That dead zone is just for tall things with small ports, yes? It would be the same dead zone for, tall things with big ports, just in the opposite side. You know, whatever applies to this side would be on the other side as well. When you flip, when you rotate the main back down again, I'm so fucking confused. Because when we flip back over, we're still gonna have a dead zone, aren't we? You know, there is a limit here. The more I look at it, the better option a double hinge in the end looks. Yeah, me too. But like, that's the limit of what that can do, which means we can combine these two in order to get it to that. But then it's limited to the rotational of like that, and then this spinning. To you to do that. And then from there, if we want to keep that flat, what we have to do is we have to switch it to the other side. Fair enough. So we switch over to this side. But now over here, that's the limit of keeping that flat, is from there to the right. And then on the other side, it's from there. So there's your dead zone, is between here and in here, you know, because you just can't get the small port. It's low there, high here, low there, high here. And there's no way of getting like it flat there on either side. If I lower you, if I rotate you down and then go up with that, if I rotate this, and then it's like that, and then I counter that with this, so now it's out in this direction, but I've got, then you would need to be able to turn past this 90-degree angle in order to be flat, and you can't. You can't twist up anymore. So we just moved the dead zone, is all we did. To a place where it probably wouldn't be an issue, but this sucks. I had a thought during the last live stream break, though. I had a completely alternate design. Not completely alternate, just one minor change, but that would be a big change. And I could try and talk you through it, but I kind of need to talk myself through it. All the change would be to the premise here is that instead of having the rotation happen from here, we would have it so that the hinges, and I would replace these with hinges because we'd only need 180 degrees of rotation instead of 360, which is really kind of what we're working with here. But 180 degrees of rotation on the hinges from down here. And the idea would be that from straight out, you'd have the port at its lowest point already. So just straight out all the way there, it's at the lowest point. And then the hinge goes up as the other one tips down in order to keep it 90 all the way to the top. And then because there'd be another hinge out here to hold it up like that, and holds it like that, and then on the other side it would just do the same. And then the idea for, yeah, on the other side it would just be for the other side of this. And then for being flat, be out, and if it's hinged like that, and then it goes up like that, and then it goes up like that, yeah, it does that. But then if you wanted to do it flatly, then you'd have to rotate it out to here as at maximum, and then as it came up, it wouldn't be able to do that rotation anymore. So the lowest point would be like at its maximum thing when you were standing upright, it would be like that flat, and then from there, as you went down, you would be able to like that, and then from that side, it would have to flip at the top, I guess, and then you'd be able to do that on that side. So that kind of works beautifully. 3 parts minus the side-to-side motion. Substitute the hinge at the end with the servo placed sideways. With a rotation servo? The hinge at the end? For being able to rotate and flip it from one side to the other kind of a thing. So from the bottom, it's straight out. If it's built for like sideways kind of a thing, then it can do, if it's straight out is straight out, then when it's there and you try to go up, that moves, and that moves, both sides. And it holds it, that one's easy. And from there, you can do that. And then from there, you do like that, and then you can do that. We don't even need the rotation servo, do we? It's literally just 2 hinges, but it's one hinge for what we're thinking of at the middle, so that we get 180 degrees rotation from the lowest point, and then the extending arms, and then a hinge. Servo has 360 degrees of motion, and the small one is the same as the hinge. The servo would have the same orientation. Oh god. Substitute the hinge at the end with the servo placed sideways. Just so that we can do that at the end. But just with the docking port to be able to move it just a little bit Just rotate it a little bit one way or the other. Is that what you're thinking? So it comes all the way down, and then we could do that. And then when it's in this position, we could do that. Ever so slightly. No, instead of the hinge, to create a hinge with 360 degrees of motion. You mean at the end near the tank? Like what we've already got there, instead of, because I'm thinking the alligator clips is what I'm talking about. Like down here, there'd be two of these, just to be clear with what's in my head. Would be you'd have, you know, two of these so that one can go one way and the other can go the other way so that the docking ports don't move, you know? We'd have the docking port here, a construction that drops this whole, you know, hinging thing down, and then the hinge comes off down here, but moves freely. Well, it wouldn't be able to move freely, would it, Pawn? Because you'd be coming down to it. Yeah, if you dropped the whole construction down and then had it in the middle of something, yeah. You could do that. But, so yeah, the hinges would be down here and then out. He's saying to use it as a 360 degree hinge. Why do I need a 360 degree hinge? Everything that I've just walked through in my head says I don't need it, if I do it this way. Because we get 180 on one side, we get 180 on the other side. What's the space game that's in real life time? This one? I mean, look at how long we're sitting here, you know, working on a little robotics arm. No. Look. If you do the angle here with the thing and the movement and stuff, like, why do I need it? Rune. Let me just yank this off and set it aside and move in the direction of what I'm talking about, and we'll I don't know, you know, tell me why I need it. So if I do this, it's gonna have to attach, and then I'm thinking one cancels the other and the ports stay vertical no matter what. No hinges required. So it's just two servos, is what you're saying. One at the center, and one at the end. And what I'm saying is hinge at the center and hinge at the end. It's just two, with an extendable thing in the middle. So it's the same thing, accomplishing the same thing. Right? Is it not? One cancels the other and the ports stay vertical no matter what. Yeah. But it's the same as if it's hinges with 180. The two 180s canceling each other. I mean, if I'm gonna get here and have done it wrong, fuck me, you know? As long as the two hinges get you enough range of motion, yeah, it's the same thing. I'd love to be told that this is not going to work before I start building it, and that therefore I need the. But you know what? It's not that big of a deal to just switch them out once we get there. This is a big, heavy structural piece, but you know, kind of trying to make sure that things don't go all fucky. I don't know if you're familiar with all fucky. It's a industry term, but trying to make sure things aren't all fucky. With having weak, non-rigid pieces in places. So the idea would be, I think, like this. Let's get you flat to start with. Okay, so target angle, flatly open, Michael flatly open, and then like this. With absolute snapping to the dead middle of that. to a place where it looks like it belongs. And then I'll worry about the counter rotation or the counter angling of the other side when we get there. Is that going to be problematic? It's gonna need to rotate at the exact center, which means maybe this is better. I just like the look of these hinges as being like fucking serious things, you know, and they're simple and they're strong, but maybe that doesn't really make a goddamn bit of difference in this game. So I'm fuck. I'm gonna be angry, Rune, but I'm with you for now. I'll put you on here, and I have you just low. Like that. With snapping? With absolute snapping? Can actually do that. Might look neat. Might look nifty. We just want that low. The main servo rotate 180 plus some, and you also flip the ports at the end 180, so you need 360 rotation. Servo at the end can do that, or a double hinge. I don't understand. So if we're out like this, I mean, this is what I was doing, was like, we're out like that, then we can keep it all the way upright until we get to the top, and then on the other side, now that we're at our max, so let's call that 0 up to 90. Okay? Now, because this hinge, it hinges like that, so we're going from there to there, right? Fuck it. Fuck it. We'll put 2 fucking rotation things on it. I don't care. So from you, and then to counter that, same as we did last time, I'm gonna assume it's this way. Yeah, that's where that was. That's totally where that was when I dropped it, you fucker. Can I maybe build a place where I and everybody watching can see? You, rotate. If you rotate like that, and you rotate like that, like, as long as they're counter of each other, it works out, right? I'm gonna flip it anyway. Because I think I like it better this way. It's like, you don't rotate. Yeah. You stay still when we rotate on the other side. So back to a 0 for you. Dead in the middle. You're at a 0. Yes, you are. Good. Just having this as low as it can be. There's a tiny servo too, same width and color as the piston. Tiny servo, this guy. I don't want it to be weak and shaky and wobbly and Minmus in the physics and shit. I assume going with heavier duty shit will be better than going with lighter duty shit. Am I wrong? Just do that. You look better. Build low and then come across. This is gonna be hard to like match that on the other side though. If I took you... Oh no, then you're attaching from the wrong place. If I took you... See, that's why it's gonna be hard to make this actually work. To like build that exactly where that is on the other side. Fuck, I hate this fucking game. I take you, attach you wherever the fuck, and then set the... Fuck. Set you to that. grab this. Okay. And then set the center of centers, I don't know, to you. Are we back? Now I have a perfect match on either side, and I should have had the fucking that when I did. Ah, balls. Ah, balls. 1:40 a.m., gotta go to bed. I hope you figure this out, pawn. Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna take this fucking long. Had a really good, like, concept from the start, and then get pulled away from it, and here we are, you know, 3 hours later, and why did I even think about it previously? Have a good night. I'm not happy, especially having just, like, worked that out and made it work, and now I just gotta throw it away, because I needed to start from, like, back here, and then attach you there, and then make you the root part, and then... and then off of the root part that's there, then pull you off, flip you around underneath, spin you, wrong way, like so, attach, then root part back to you, and we're back. We're back, and that's perfect. And then when these two rotate, they're gonna just have to counter-rotate against one another. Rotate with it, basically, so one rotates the other, and that keeps this one being steady. Yeah? You gonna be able to do that for me? And you turn this way. You turn that way. Oh god, this could end up being another, like, problematic limitation. Okay, 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 okay. You know what? What? Don't worry about it. Okay. Okay. So building off of one of these... We're just coming out with the long telescoping cylinder, right? We come out from the dead top of either one of these at this point. So, you. And in fact, for funsies, could have you dead in the middle, so it looks nicer. And that's the long telescoping cylinder. It gets out to there. Just bring it back down. No. Fuck. Cocksucker. To like about there, so that it's in a workable place for us. And then off of you... so this is what we're talking about is when we were going to use the smaller rotation servo is here. We want it to go up and down like that. If I use the smaller shit servo, I presume like something this way? And that doesn't show me anything actually moving. So until I attach something, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with my life. Hurting my brain. Hurting my brain. Okay, that's the side that doesn't rotate. That's the side that does rotate. So then this would actually be... Well, you can attach it like that, and then we'll rotate it into the correct position for it. Running out of fucking screen space, and it's really annoying building in the VAB under these conditions. If I can just do this with a hinge, which I believe, it would just make my mind feel so much better about it. Right now... Target angle to 0. Fuck it, keep going with it, Pawn. Keep going with it. Oh, that means I've already used up one side. Fuck. I do have to attach it this way. Oh, well, it came together fairly quickly. Boom. Centered. On you. And then big docking port the other side. Who have I got here? Okay, you got that. Can extend you out like so. Do you look attached? I don't know. Could build in the spaceplane hangar, but the spaceplane hangar has a tendency to crash. You look okay. Now you, from where you are... What? What are we doing? The fuck? You little shit! I put you on the fucking side where you're supposed to spin. You little fucking shit, you. Ah. Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck your mother, fuck everybody who's ever looked at you. Fuck them all. You pull off there, fuck your rotation servo. Give me my goddamn motherfucking straightforward, easy to implement hinge. And then how do I use this again? Yeah, fuck all y'all. Fuck all y'all bitches, fuck all y'all hoes. If it's straight up and down and you got a port on either side, then it can turn like that and then go all the way down and it can be fine there. And that means that it can do this all the way up to there, and then everything's at a 0 degree, and it can do this all the way over there, so then everything's, yeah, it can make that movement while it's at a 90. Now, if you want, so from the 90, if you want to attach to one that's on the ground, you just roll that over to the point where now it's at a 0 degree again, and then you come up to the top, and it can do that because of that angle, and then once you've got it to there, it can't keep going, so then you flip over at the top. Okay, because it's a full angle, and then it does like that, and then it goes down like that. Huh? 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 So give me structural. Don't attach it like that, because then we lose the side of attachment. I want you like so. We lose a node if we do it that way. There you go. Drag you down. And then with the coupling, you on that side, you on this side, and then if I could get the whole thing by grabbing there So just come up like that, so it just looks nicer with the hinge and everything. So, give me maximum extension. See how this premise works out. So, as we turn down, not with that one. You don't really matter right now. But with this one, as we turn down, all the way to there, to the negative 90. Then this guy goes all the way up like that. And it's not as low as we could possibly get it. So if we did have this on a rotation servo, I could go a little bit past the 90, even when I'm low, in order to get that at its lowest possible point. In the other direction, though, rotate over here. Yeah, no. Alright, so we'll try the fucking rotational servo. I just gotta wrap my goddamn head around it. You off there, you off there. Because otherwise I just gotta get this as low as it can possibly fucking be. We'll try the rotational servo. And what's the difference? Like, you're less weight than this, so you gotta be probably the same thing, relatively speaking. But you need to be able to rotate that the way that I was setting it up before, where it'll rotate it. So if you're here, then we don't get the right rotation. It's gotta be like that. And the side that does the rotation must be the blue side, right? The side that says, look, we're gonna rotate here. It's gotta be it. Tomorrow I have a final, need to get some sleep. Wish me luck, Pawns Sands. Good luck, Ghost Golem. I'm driving everyone away with this incredibly entertaining live stream here. And then you to there. Are you snapped to top dead center? You are. Like that. And that means that you can now, when we rotate this down all the way to here, you know, and it could, if we could go a little bit past everything, and we could grab the servo that's there and be able to not do anything because, nope, the side that's got the fucking markings on it isn't the fucking side that fucking rotates. Why would it be? The fuck would it be? Or is there any rotation side? Is the problem that I have to attach to the node for this to actually work? Well, Paul, I gotta go, sorry. Alright, we'll go fuck yourself then, Pi. Does one of the fucking sides actually rotate, huh? Can we get that? It looks like it's rotating there. I have to attach to the node. You can't attach to the side. Well, have you heard of my finger up your fucking asshole? Have you heard of it? So if I put you on there, now you'll rotate, huh? Now you'll fucking rotate, will you? Okay? 0, please? Really? So you were at a weird angle when I attached to the first time. Beautiful. And then you attach to this, apparently. And then grab it in the place that we can't see it being grabbed. Snap it to top dead center. Okay. Trying to let Lady Naram get a good sleep this morning, so you've got me and baby Mason indefinitely. Alright, well, what are we doing? Fucking turn this down, bring this over here. Now, you actually rotate, and you can rotate past the angles in both directions. So, for example, if I went to like 99 there, and then rotated this down, then we can get all those angles. All those angles. Then on this side, we could do either side, basically, with this setup. Kind of. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so set this all back to zeros. A whole goddamn thing back to zeros, please. Things at 0. And then target extension is down. And it actually just about fits underneath a fairing. It's so simple. But it's so simple, though. It's not simple. You over to here. If I had this just on the one side, which is the side that it's attached, try and, like, keep this in the middle more than it is right now. My philosophy is that for the first 2 to 3 years, at least, he's not going to remember shit, so anything goes, especially until he starts talking. That's the way to go. That is the way to go. Way to go! So you're at a 0 now? Are you at a 0? You're at a 0. I think it should be fine though, right? Because at the 0 it means I can go this way, and a little bit past I go that way. Yeah, zero's ideal. Hold on. 0 is just fucking brilliant. Now that being whatever the fuck that is, do we want to have the back and forth-ish, you know, ability? We wanted to have, like, a hinge that could, like, move us a little bit left or right, that kind of a deal. Until his first words are fucking developers. Just go. Developers with their goddamn... That could be problematic. I mean, if I were to do it, we're talking about dropping a hinge in, you know, here. So you take that off, drop the hinge in there. You want it this way, and then you attach to there. We have pretty limited movement on that hinge, at least in one of the directions, but out here we'd have a fair whack of movement. You know, if we rotate it down in this direction, and then this would not do that, it would rotate along with it to maintain itself straight up, then we can... Oh wow, we actually get a lot of directionality there anyway. As we come back up, we lose it like right about there. But we do have quite a bit in this direction for being able to move things around. And if I were to put it more toward the center, we would get more out of that hinge if we were going to have the hinge. So, you know, if I had it there, then we'd get more even deployment of it. I don't really want to build it off of a another little cubic octagonal strut, trying to avoid the cheap, weak shit as much as I can here. That would give us all of those directionalities. Is it worth it? He's not even 4 weeks old, so yeah, I got a while. Oh, well, congratulations if it's not been that... Wow, yeah. Did you... I may have already congratulated you. I don't think I have. He's half as smart as either me or his mother. He's gonna love games like KSP. Well, you're dooming him to a fate worse than death already, then. But yeah, that gives us a lot of control in that direction, and then target angles that can do a lot of things in this space. And as we go up on you, like at the worst of it, we've still got that much. We've still got more than that. We could have a harsher angle than that. That's pretty good. I think I'm up for that. Everybody up for that? That's what you're getting, sons of bitches. So from you, and then you as well need to be zeroed. And then you, zeroed. You, zeroed. You're zeroed. I think, after all this time, we might have something. We might actually develop something off of this. Just to show you what this would potentially look like on the surface of Minmus once we had it all hooked up, be something like that. Don't actually need a second one of you, however. This one's just over there for whatever reason. But that's what our fuel field would end up looking like. Something along those lines. I haven't mentioned him before, so I don't think you would have. Thanks. GG. GG on the birth of a human life. Way to play the system. Good game. I like that. I like that. So you just gotta bring something that isn't this fucking game into the live stream when I'm getting, you know, like I get. And then I'll be fine. But yeah. That's what it would look like in the field. This one we would like be, you know, one of them would be the one that we did take and detach, and then on the other side we'd be attached to the refinery and filling these tanks up. So only one of them would ever come apart. This guy would, like, you know, be here and remain here. And we're pretty well set up to reinforce its ability to, like, hold its own weight. Again, this is probably a bad idea, but, you know, having some kind of landing leg possibility is a better situation for me than not having it at all. Can I mirror? You can. We'll be on the wrong axes. So if you just snap it to the middle on both sides, then you'll have something. If I were to put you there, you're definitely below the wheelbase, so that's no funsies. Like, I should really just support it from one side, or support it exclusively from... Well, you're gonna spin. Because these legs are also going to turn into something that blocks our angle there. We could just rely on the wheels to support us, you know? If I've got them there, it's an option, was the idea. And when they're tucked in, they don't really mess with us. On an absolute and grab. And then merge in. Absolute grab, merge in, and then when you extend it, it actually looks okay. Because I need something that I could reproduce on the other side if I were going to bring 4 of them. So that, like that, and then absolute grab, merge in. And then we've got them all 4 in exactly the right places. And when they come out, they're like that. Well below everything else. If I were to grab you and drag you up one more. Oof. That's way better. Oof. And it actually looks kind of cool like that, you know, the big plates being there, it just makes it look more structurally rigid and sound and stuff. I think I'm not against it. Do you need a hinge at the outer end of the piston to counteract the other hinge? Ooh, I do, don't I? A counteracting hinge for this guy, because otherwise it's gonna, whatever angle we happen to be at, it fucks it up. Yeah. So where do I want that hinge, though? Pull it off here, put the hinge on there. Or pull off here, put the hinge on there. No. Yeah. Pull it off here, hinge on there. so. Like so. And then they can counteract one another. It's just gotten taller. But it also has gotten more packable. Or not, because everything's so tight here. Yeah, that's actually, well... to about there. It can be packed. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's gonna fit mostly under a fairing. Mostly. What more could we ask for than mostly under a fairing? I'm rather curious what its weight is, as it is currently. But, I think we might have a final design here, huh? Do we? Do we have a final design here? Because wouldn't that be fucking great if we had a final design here? It'd be nice if this were in the center as opposed to off to one side, but I mean... the fuck am I gonna do, you know? The fuck do you expect from me, people? How am I supposed to make this work for you? You feel me? Right? Right, both hinge at about 30 when packed. Oh yeah, no, you're ooh. Ooh. Because this whole it being off to one side thing is actually potentially solved by just, like, doing that. 24? 24? Negative 24? Yeah. You're not wrong with the 30 if it'll fit. Negative 30? 30. That's very close to dead middle, right there. Yeah. Good enough for government work, ship it. Well, we've already done that. We've had that concept several times before. It hasn't worked out in the long run, so... maybe we need to do it good enough for, like, private industry work as well. Start it retracted. Start it retracted. I mean, we've got more angle here. If I can get more angle on my dangle, like, there's more clearance. Clearance. Wait, what was that? What was the angle? 38. So give me a negative 38. Packs up pretty nice. Well, I mean, you don't even have to be that. You can just be all the fucking way. Right? You just tuck that sumbitch down, and then it actually clears a fairing entirely on all sides. Yeah, without having to bubble the fairing out at all. Oh, nice. Oh, that's nice that it does pack up like that. But before we can pack it up, what needs to happen is we need to build animations and shit again. I'm very sorry. We do. Once it's out there, it's got to be fucking usable. It's got to be fucking usable. So I think we're still, we're back at the same deal where it's 3 different animations, 3 different program units. These guys, whatever they are, the controllers. One of them that'll allow me to, like, rotate it left and right on the things that we just added in, the 2 hinges. And then 2 of them each that handle having it in the right position for a 90 all the way around, and then having it in the right position for a flat, for a 0 degree or 180 degree all the way around. And that's going to be a lot simpler, I think, with these counter-rotational majigger medingles. So, that's what we do now, by which I mean, obviously, after the next live stream break. Are we good to save this? Save it. What? This is weird too. I've been having this experience and issue that you can rip things off of, things that you took off, like, there we go. So yeah. I mean, we just ripped a piece off of it. It's like the first piece that I grab will rip off of that. And that's just not how it works any other time. Like, I can't rip it off now, can I? I can't rip anything else off of it. But it's like the first piece that I grab will actually remove from something that has been ripped off as a chunk. Hold shift and click, but that's for like the whole ship. Those are the rules. But whenever you take something off as a chunk, you know, if I do this, I'm supposed to be able to like grab it and put it all back on, but I actually have occasionally the ability to, you just saw it happen, grab something and rip it off of a model that is a, you know, not attached part. I think it's another bug. And it's weird because it tends to only be like the first thing that I grab off of it. And then, and the problem with that is, that's not an undo point. You know, because you haven't changed the craft, you've changed something that's floating there, so if you did actually accidentally rip something off of something you pulled off when you're just trying to grab it and put it back on, you can't undo before you did that, and in fact, if you undo, you might lose the rest of it or something. It's bad. To remove it from the red part, you hold shift and left click. Oh, so if you hold shift while you grab it, you can remove pieces from a part that's off the ship? That's new to me. That's what happens? Let's confirm this. So if I do that, and then I hold shift, I can drag this off. So if I've just not been noticing that I've been holding shift while I'm doing that? When that's been happening to me? This is a horrible fucking game. The inconsistency in the UI, the user interface concepts are absolute trash. Total fucking trash. But we're going to save this as it is, and then come back to it, and we'll build the animations and controllers for it. I think we got something solid, stable, it's going to be able to do everything, and the animations aren't going to be difficult to build. I just need a fucking break from this nastiness. So, again, 3.5 hours. Last live stream we were here for 6.5 hours, I think, and we didn't launch a ship. 3.5 hours more in order to create a single robotic arm. But, you know, sooner or later, the robotic system and everything else will make sense to me, I suppose. I've been chronologing all of the bugs that I've found with it. Actually, I haven't been. I haven't been chronologing all of the bugs, just the ones that I can care about. Today on Bug or Shitty Unexplained Feature. So, 7-minute live stream break. I'll play a nice long song this time in case I'm gone for more than 7 minutes. You know, occasionally it takes me 8 to pee and get back here. I've got a large bladder. But we will be back in 7 minutes. Stick with me. Pawn not out. Now that I'm blind from staring into the light bulbs because they're falling out of the socket, welcome back to a twitch.tv/RonanPawn livestream. On twitch.tv/RonanPawn. Wow, I think what is going on is I am crashing from the coffee from earlier, so time to supplement with some alcohol, because, ooh, the energy required to put that up just, Chronic fatigue syndrome, ladies and gentlemen, I do not recommend it if you're in the market for chronic genetic conditions. There's better ones out there. Welcome back to the live stream, nonetheless. We're in Kerbal, is what I'd like us to believe. Oh my god, the two little dots of light at the bottom of my vision. That's great. Loving that. Anyone else music coming through on the break and in-game like it's on a stretched tape? No? Definitely same Twitch's fault? It's freaking me out in the VAB yesterday. I wanted to make sure I wasn't going mad. Oh, yes. Sometimes when, I believe it's when the stream has gotten out of sync, you know, and it's trying to catch you up in little small increments, it stretches it, and usually you don't notice. If there's no music playing, you know, the slight modification of the speaker's voice is not enough to notice, but music, you hear the... refresh the stream, I guess, if that's a thing that's happening for you. That's the only solution that I can come up with anyway. Oh, here we are, back in it. Throw me back into the fucking mess. Ugh. How you guys doing, by the way? Box of pens. I just need, like, you know, a few hours to collect myself, and we can carry on with this process. You know what kind of occurred to me that I hate is that making this thing lower, now that we're using two rotors, you know, I mean 3 really, but 2 rotational majigger madoodles, servos, it really doesn't need to be at the bottom here, you know? It doesn't need to be at the bottom there. It does help in terms of like sliding something under a craft, potentially. We're still going to have like a clearance issue in terms of this being the size that it is, so there's always going to be that as a minimum clearance. But hey, what are you going to do? Just refresh and it's still bad. Twitch's fault, then, I suppose, because we have dropped... How many frames have we dropped? Ooh, that's a lot. That's 0.0% across 3 hours, 45 minutes. I don't drop frames, people. I don't drop frames unless I mean to. I drop them like I drop the mic because it's hot, but it's cool. My internet ain't great as long as I know you ain't subliminarily effing with us. Well, I mean, I make no guarantees on that head. That's a completely different matter. But, nuggets. It's time to start programming, people. It's time to start building animations on a system that can barely accommodate animations. So, let's have one of you guys just, alright, there I guess. One of you guys on the rotator in the middle. So, we're going to build these animations. How are we going to build these animations? You know, like we do. Like we do. So, I think what I want to do first is get these into what appears to be the correct position for the lowest on one side. So, target angle on this rotor needs to come down. Don't worry about everything spinning. That's by design. Let's get you low, and let's get you extendificated. No, let's get you rotated so that you're more or less up and down, and then we'll start the little futsy, minutiae kind of a thing that's going on here. So you will... It's going to be really hard to see in an attempt to get it like lined up with where the bottom of things would be. That seems like it's going to be a little bit too low. I'm thinking -110 for like being with the ground and a little bit below it. I'm okay with a little bit below it. If it smacks the ground a little bit as we move it, that's okay. Maybe -110. We'll go with -110. So if that's -110, then we want you to apparently be 110. That's convenient. So that's straight up and down with that, and then to put this into the correct place, you would be 110? You would be 110. So that's where we start from as the lowest that we'd ever possibly go, and it's actually still a bit too low, isn't it? -110. Let's try -105? -100. When I rotate that back down and the wheels are there. Just -100, I guess is what we'll go with. So -100 on you, 100 on you, and 100 on you. That's a bit above. which I guess is still okay, because as we extend, we will be getting lower. And 100's just a nice little number, isn't it? So we'll go with 100 for now on this animation. So we'll start from there. Get me open my editor again. So you, editor open, and I'll put the editor down here. And we want the action groups we want to create are going to be for this guy. So target angle. And this guy's target angle, because they need to counterbalance each other as we rotate, and this guy's target angle. And that's all that's going to go on for 2 out of 3 of these animations that we need to build. So if we're starting at negative 100 on you, I believe, and then at the end of this, we would be at 100 on the other side, presumably. 100. And then for you, you would start at 100 and end at negative 100, presumably. And then you would, I think, mirror the one that we just did there, which is, well, what are you? Yeah, you'll be positive going to negative. So 100 to negative 100. And I need to make all of these good and flat. It's just going to help us in the long run, I think. So flat transitions, flat transitions, flat transitions all around. And then if we play that animation, it does like that. Now the thing is, we want to rotate that one side or the other. So I mean, it's nice to be able to do it on both, on either side, and we can because of the way that we've built this with the rotations. But that means adding another program for this. It's not difficult to do. I really like the idea of it being one side or the other, though. It's kind of neat. Be like, oh, which side do we park this on when we do a thing? It's kind of neat, isn't it? Isn't it kind of neat? Does nobody think it's kind of neat? Can only assume it's getting... Sorry? Why is the guy on Twitch anyway? Who? Who? What? Sorry? Isn't he busy beating small migrant children to death for fun? What are you talking about? I don't see what the name was that started this. Separate one to rotate the port. Sounds interesting. Having one that just rotates the port and the other one that just moves us back and forth along that. That's still just 3, isn't it? And then I'd have different keys that fired them at the same time and reverse their directions at the same time. Dramatian. Does that work? Does that work? Because it's brilliant if it does. It would be getting rid of you, and then if we change the direction and do that, then nothing happens there, and it just flips it. Yeah. Let's try that. So, give me another animation. Am I thinking about this right? Who would ever know, Vaughn? Who will ever know in this game? What are you doing? I know you're at weird angles right now, I get that. Still, the fuck are you doing? So having another one there, figure it out where it's supposed to be later. Close you down, and then... Yeah, this can work, can't it? Can't it? So you back over there, and then the action group for this would exclusively be you. Target angle, and then you would be from 100 to negative 100. No, that's the time. Oh, I've done a bad. 100 to negative 100. Okay. It won't be easy to view that in here working, you know, because what I'm going to have is clicking on you and hitting the play button, and then that just rotates you. But as long as they have the same exact speed as the other rotation... Ooh, they're pulling. You just noticed you did not make this a flat animation like you need to. Then if they were both firing at the same time, then it would hold it in whatever position it was. So whatever length we set up on these, as long as that matches, we're good. So that allows us to do that, and then we need another one that allows us to hold it at 90s instead, all the way across. So back to you, you, and put it the way you put the others, like that. Close this one down, open the editor, put you over here, and so this is going to be 10, I believe, right? So action group of you can go away, by the way. Target angle, and then you would be let's find out, because I'm breaking my brain trying to figure it out. So if it's 10, then as we go to the other side, we want it to end up being negative 170, right? So let's go 10 to negative 170. So then does that flip it? Yeah. As long as we start at the ends. It's gonna be tricky, though. That's gonna be problematic. Because this can't... Can it go that low? Trying to play those at both of the same times. NerdGod56, welcome to what is hopefully the final set of issues with setting this up. Setting up our universal refueling arm. If they're separate from one another, trying to get them both to start at the same time, I mean, you set up an action group and then you hit it, but like, it would have to start at this negative number at this location that is a little bit below the ground, and that's by, you know, design. You know? As the alternative is what I was just doing. You set it up with, it's in there, and then you build another one for it when it's rotating on the 90s, which can have a different starting height and everything, so that it has more ground clearance, but it's also just going to stay in sync throughout the animation because it's the same animation, definitely. And then you do one side or the other side like I intended in the first place, which is what why do I keep changing my beautiful, incredible ideas that I like to things that Dramatian suggests? It's a good idea, but it's got its own complications. It's got its own complications, doesn't it? Where's the one that does the rotating you over? Play position? That'd be you, so that's the one. So, edit that, and let's just put it back to how I had imagined, where it's one side and then the other. So at the top of the arc, we'll pause, we'll flip it, we'll come down on the other side. No big issue, no actual problem with doing that. So, action group, add in this guy, target angle, and then grab him again and set him up. It's 100. No, that's the time you're doing again. 100 to negative 100. And then when we play that, in the, nope, the correct direction. Ah, well, there's, you, like that. Now play it back. And then that keeps it straight up and down the whole way. But the idea would be, instead, at the top, so halfway through this animation, not quite halfway through this animation, but let's say at time, well, I'll make the point at 2, because we'll extend this animation out, we'll make it longer eventually. At the 2-second mark, we will have you at, you'll flip, which means give me another point at the 3-second mark, 2 to 2.5 and then 3, yeah, 3-second mark. So there you will want to have flipped from what you were at before, which is, so you were coming down here in your value. No, your value. It's your value that we want. So you'll be at the 0, and we want you to not hold that 0. We want you to invert. So you go to the 180. Am I crazy? Make it flat. Yeah. It could actually keep moving there too, couldn't it? 180 seems to have gone right past it, though, because of the way that that's moving. Yeah. That's fine, though. Is it? Not really. So then, because you're at the 180, and we want you to hold that if you're at 0 here, that's also wrong. Okay, I do have to put in all the points there. Go ahead and do it, Pawn, just to keep your fucking sanity while you're trying to do this. Give me a 2, and then you will be at the 0, presumably. So here I want you at 0, and then another point at the 3. That is also 0, so you'll hold, and then same thing for you. Point at the 2. Where you're at 0, point at the 3, where you're at 0, and now when I play it, forward, stays perfectly up and down, gets to here, flips over, and then does the stupid thing, but that's fine. So you make it flat, you make it flat, you, because you've switched over to that side, and you're now at what? You're at 177.5. We need you to, you're at this point, it's 180. At 180, you just go down to your 90, right? It doesn't seem right. If it's 110 there, from here we switch over from the 0. Zero to there, and then if that's 100, then from here, oh, I'm so confused. 80? Just give me the number, and I'll put it in. 80 or negative 80? 80? Make it flat. Thank you. Thank you. So that's our animation for that guy. One side's for the for that, the other one's for that. You are not holding straight though along this rotation servo for some reason. You're not matching up. So like give me this, straight, straighten. Why are you doing it? Okay, from here as well, straighten. You're still rotating. Why are you not matching him? What are you at? You're at 100, and then you go to the 0, straighten. Why is that rocking? It shouldn't rock at all. Like, it doesn't rock at all on this side as it's doing that. From here to there it does. Are you not supposed to be at the 0 on this one? I do not understand. Is it you? Are you the one that's off? Straighten, straighten, straighten. Straighten, straighten, straighten. Yeah, okay. They just weren't both straightened. There we go. So now, all of those things are things that happen in that animation. Hooray. And then we would set this up to be like, I don't know, 12 seconds long. And play. I think it's too quick. I'm going to set it up to the 15 that we had before. So stop. 15. I want it to happen slowly so that I have the ability to, like, control exactly where I want it to stop. The wiggle gave it character. That could have been disastrous on Minmus connected to the drill. You think? That happens pretty slowly. And we can also, I think once it's already deployed, I think we can change the length of it in the editor once it's deployed. I think 15 is a good balance between being too fast and too slow. It's certainly getting low, and once we extend it, it's even lower than that. So yeah. 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 Okay. Okay. Nuggets of butt. Sorry. You heard me. It's decent. It's decent, and I'm getting tired. I mean, I've been tired. So that's that one. Right. Which are you? Are you that one? Hit play. Change the play direction. No, you're this one. Okay. So let's edit you and turn you into the other direction. So I'm going to actually remove that so that I get these in the same order as the last one, just for if any of this can be made to not make my mind explode. So we've got nothing. Why don't I have options here? Give me you. I wanna. It's the angle of your dangle that I want. Action groups. Okay, it hadn't switched over to that one. Good. You can relabel them in the editor. Oh, rename the different animations. Good. I'll look into that someday. A little bit later. Target angle. Maybe. I don't fucking care. It's just too goddamn much. There you go. So that's all three of those that we need. Now for this one, if it's going to be at a 90 to start, so let's put it at something like that. It's 10 degrees right there. It's pretty well below where the wheels would be at that rate, or where that is. So if your target angle is a little bit higher, just negative 95. I like a negative 95. That's a negative 95, and then you're a 5. You're a 5. You just hold when you hit 5. Stop. And it's still below. It's still well below. All right. Let's go up to. Let's put it into this mode so I can just type it in. Give me negative 90. It's just a straight fucking 90-degree angle, and that would mean that you would be just 0. Really close. Probably just a little bit of, like, distance there. Probably just a little bit of we can actually not hit the ground at this angle, but it's not as low as it could possibly be. Oh, it's definitely not as low as it could possibly be. I get those wheels aligned, and that gives me a better idea. So if you're a negative 93, I think maybe negative 95 is the way to go. Negative 95, and maybe it was just the angle that I was looking at it from. Negative 95, and then target angle of 5. Yeah, that's the one. 95 and 5. So, starting with you, you're going to start at the negative 95, and you're going to go to ultimately the 95. You're going to be straight between the two of you, you motherfucker. And then this one's going to be from the 95 to the negative 95, and straight again. And then you are going to be 5 to negative 95, and then stop, and things like that, right? Or 5 to 95 or something like that. So you start at 5, I think. Is that what you're at? Yeah, you're at 5. And as we go up, like, let's just set it up. 5 to plus 180. It's not how it's gonna work anyway, Pawn. But start making the points, because you don't. That's why your brain is on fire right now. Is because you need to just make those fucking points. So on a 5-second scale, we said it was gonna happen at 2.5, and then go across the second between 2.5 and 3.5. Is that how I set the other one up? I'm sorry. Give me a point. 2.5. No. It's 2 to 3. You silly. Jesus Christ. My brain. So for you, coming from a 5, you want to go to a 95? 2 and 3. Is that correct? No, it's the opposite direction, Pawn. So from a 5, you want to go to negative 85? Did you make it? Did you make another one? I think I might have made extra nodes because I'm just haggard. You at a 2 to a negative 85 and flat. Yeah. And then the next point would be at 3. And you would flip back to the 5. Straightly. Yeah, so you flip. You need a 180 degree there, you silly. So it's not a 5 if you were at a... Jesus Christ, what was it? It's negative 85. Then you want 180 degree rotation from negative 85. Is that 175? No, what am I doing? Right there, what are you at? It needs to be negative 90 at the top and flip it to 90. Is it? To be straight up and down as I get to the very top. Oh, that's right. That's okay. That does make sense. Negative 90 to 90, because it's that the rest of the animation isn't set up to conform to what we're doing right now, which makes it that much more harrowing for me. And then you were at 5, so I don't know. If you're at the 90 now, just negative 5? Is it the opposites? I think it is. Yeah. So wait, that makes it so that we're doing both on the same side, though. Like, it's the same one regardless of which side we're on. Do we not need to do this at all on this particular one? We just hold it there and go the whole thing because it doesn't need to flip? Because one side is one side and the other is the other side? Have I lost my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Like, we hold you to that, but just from 5 to... It went out for pizza. Well, then it should bring some back. You know, when's it coming back, Mom? He's been gone for pizza for the past 22 years. When's Dad coming home, Ma? 175? It's 5, right? And if we're turning at the same rate all across here, I want it to hold there and then just keep going. Like, it should work out if I just do this right. So it's 5 to... It's a 180 degree rotation. So 5 plus 180 is 185. Negative 175? I don't... Yeah. Are you flat? Are you flat? Play. Forward. It doesn't look straight when it gets over here, though. What's going on with that? Is it like negative 185, which would be negative 5? But like then it doesn't actually go there, is the slight problem. It doesn't rotate through to the other side of things. It needs to be negative 185, so you need a 360 at the top. Because it won't translate across, it won't just rotate completely. What's the other one? Positive 5? Yeah. So I do need to like 360 it at the top so that it can do this. Yeah? Yeah? Fuck me. 2. Because it won't do a full 360. Well, it won't do a 365. It won't keep going past that. It has to go backwards from there, I guess. So when we get to the top at 2 seconds, the top is supposed to be what again? Because I don't want to do this anymore. It's 90, right? 90. It's 90 for you. And then you do a thing, you're up there, and then you're at the 90 when you're there. Is that... No? Does it go 180 or 360 before looping? I don't. Leave me alone. I don't know. It's negative 90? Oh, and yes. No! Fucking cocksucker. I pressed the wrong goddamn motherfucking button, you goddamn motherfucker. Is this the negative 90? Flatten it! Is there a mode for I could put it in, like... Just flatten, flip the row vertically, inverting values, line the endpoints, clamp all values between min max, select all points, apply preset curve pattern. No. I mean, maybe. If I turn the cycle, fuck it. We'll just keep clicking all of the buttons over and over again. Negative 175 will work, it just might spin. So... to here because I start at 5. No, it's just gonna, once you set this up, set all the other ones up at 2 as well. I'm so fucking confused. 2. You need to stop at top dead center. At the 2. Top dead center would be 0. So 0. And you need to stop at 2. The 0. Flat. Flat. So that goes up to there, and then we need it to stop and it'll do things. So, next one. 3. be at 0. Flat. Add point. 3. Be at 0. Flat. And then you add another point. 3. Be something else. So here you're negative 90, here be 90. Flat. But no, it needs to not be a 90, it needs to flip the other something. How do I make this happen? Pawns, slow down. You not certain you need this bit. We just tried it and it wouldn't go past the 185. It won't like wrap back around to the 185. You weren't watching, you didn't see. It only goes to 180, the negative 175 will work, it just might spin. Yeah, it just might be wrongly aligned. If it goes to 360, then just use plus 185. When I put in a 185, it clamped it to 179.9. But I need this to like rotate completely to something that's not 90, 0, so it's value 180? And then that gets you to there? No. 135? Flat? What, how do I, you're negative 90 there. Negative 180? Flat? Negative 180 is just a 90-degree rotation from... How is that the case? If we're negative 90 here and we do a down to negative 180... Well, that's 90 degrees, yeah. So it is a 90. It's a 90 to a 90. Oh wait, just change the 5 to be negative 175, then make the endpoint 5. 1... we need a 180 spin from there. But it can't be a 180 spin, I need it to be a 360 spin, so it's fucking impossible. You don't want it to spin as it goes, but you don't have 180 degrees to actually move, so bump the 5 down to 180 to negative 175, then the endpoint is 5 and you're good. Except for we don't get the low clearance. If I understand what you're saying, we don't get it as low as we wanted in the first place. But that's probably the best way to do it. If your value of 5, I could just set it to fucking 0. I don't understand what you're saying. I don't understand. And the toolkit here just kind of fucking sucks. We need this to be like that, and then the other one will be just the other port on opposite sides. Just change the 5 to be negative 175, then make the endpoint 5. So start here instead of at 5 to negative 175. And then clamp it. So we start from that side, and then, so it'll be the small part will be on this side, and then instead of going there to from negative 175, we go to negative 95? No, we go to negative 90 because we want it to just be straight up and down by that point. Right? No. We go to 90? We just want to straight up... Huh? Ditch the middle dots. So then it won't have to flip it all? Alright, ditching the middle dots, and then it's your fault if it doesn't work. I like that. That works out good. Go. I love giving up on something that I like fucking sat down and drew out the day before and just being like, alright, you do it. You tell me. That's so great. This game enables so much fucking awesome gameplay. Negative 175 to 5 on the other end? Is that the idea? No. Then endpoint 5. Okay. I did the endpoint at 5. Flat. And then we get the servo points. They started at 95. Are you not flat anymore or something? Is one of you not flat anymore? That ain't doing it. So we're just going straight up and around. And then it's just this one. It needs to stay flat the whole time. Is it negative 175 to 175? Nope. No. What? What are we doing? 5, it starts at 5, go to 95. Now, go to negative 95 from 175. No. Now I'm going nuts. Like, how do I keep it there? How do I keep it there? It has to turn in the other direction, doesn't it? From negative 175, it's actually got to go positive. It's got to go up toward negative 1. Well, it's got to go deeper to negative 180 and then turn to the 0. Right? Start at 0, end at negative 180. Start at 180, end at 0. Yeah. It just has to be the simple. We don't need any middle dots. The middle dots won't work because we need a 360 rotation that we can't get anyway. But if I just give up on everything that we're trying to do and just say that instead of starting at a value of 95, you start at a value of 90 and you end at a value of negative 90 and then flat every time I fucking touch it, and then if you end at 90 and you start at negative 90 and then flat and then you got what I need. We started at negative 180 there, and then you went to, I don't fucking know. 180? I don't fucking know. It's probably not that. But brain broken. Brain are broken. If I start here instead at where I had it set up before, if you're 90, these are 90s, then you started at a 90. No, that'll be flat for you. We need you at, you could be 0. You started at 0, and then you'll go to something. So 0, and then just down here, you go to like negative 180 as you go. That's, you know, and then, boom. Nailed it. Oh, God. And then we're not quite as low to the ground as we'd like, and we never will be, because we can't go past those points for some fucking reason. We can't get past 0, or 180. We can't get past 180. We have to go to negative 180 in order to hold it there, or we go to 180 and come down to 0, but either way we can't, like, rotate past it because of the way that this rotation system works. So this is the best I can do, which means we're not, it's close. It's really close to ground level. In fact, it might be perfect. It might be fucking perfect. Let's set this up to a length of 15. On that, change it back over. No, high. And then you slowly but surely do shit like that. And then on this one, it's actually possible to... Oh, you went into loop mode. That's fun. Target extension, boom. Put the target extension way the fuck out. And then we can connect at anything that's, you know, these heights. Old M heights there. That's at a pure 90. You know, it has to drive up to us. Well, it doesn't, because we do also have the ability to manipulate it on these, which was going to be the third program that we write for this. Yeah. Alright, fuck it. We're there. Not quite the way I wanted it, but we're fucking there, aren't we? So you, target extension, bring you back in. Do you need a pause at the top to go to horizontal mod? Horizontal mod? No, cause is this the one? Reverse play? No, that's the one we just built. The other one we've got is, ooh, we could build it all into one. But no, we've got two different things here. Play you. Oh, that's the one. That's the wrong one too. It's this one. This one. Play a fucking thing. Play it. So we got this one that does the flat, and then this one does the flip in the middle, like so. So we got those two, and then was this the guy that's useless to us right now? What's your editor look like? Yeah, you're useless to me. You got what I need. I remove you entirely, and I set this editor up. Oh, fuck me. I set this one up. I'm actually kind of enjoying playing the drunk guy at this point. It's kind of fun. With you. Looking good, Pawn Sensei. Okay, am I? Thank you. I thought so. Target angle. And target angle. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then it's gonna be like, how do we limit these? The Light Guy 89 with 10 friggin' subs on the channel, pushing us up to 113 subs total on our way to 130 for the KSP speedrun of our dreams. It won't involve sitting here for 9 hours total to 10 hours total building a thing for Minmus. If we did the speedrun, I would definitely bring it in under 9.5 hours at least. Pikapup, Antifa Los, WQQQQQQQQQQWRT, Danky, Garniu, Sebsea, Tanja Falkenbach, Roki Games, and Twitching Astronaut, as well as Hannibal9, almost missed you, because chat is paused due to scroll. Welcome to the Big Dick Club, and or welcome back if you've been here before. Try and keep it in your pants. Thank you. Thank you so much, the Light Guy 89. Makes it feel like it was worth turning on the computer and live streaming and doing this god-awful game today. So what are our, like, max angles here? Wow. At the least amount of extension. You know what? With extension. We should plan for the extension as well. You know? If we've got extension going on... Holy shit, and it just don't end, do it. Snoo, following up with 5 more subs, gifted the channel, Snoo, giving a sub to Naram, Stone1759, Quen, So Silly 99, and Falco 5. Welcome to the Big Dick Club, everyone. Snoo, thank you so much. Damn, so that's 15 on top of 103, so that's like 172 already. I know how to maths, I've been doing it all day, which is why we're still here. Too late, I'm rocking out with my cock out. I said try, I didn't say, you know, accomplish, so it's fine. You do you. Where should I make this so that it does the thing and the stuff and the guys? Like, what is the limitation on the angle of our dangle, you know? I think this is too tight. I think it's too tight. Just a little bit too tight, though. Wow, that's gonna keep double-upping for a minute. Like there, 59. 59, I think. With the class to be... What? What are these with box of pins? What are these? You've got Zafark class, and you've got Zafark to be fair, TBF? Okay. Okay, thank you so much for the subs. Makes me feel 1000% better about waking up today, because I was thinking maybe I just shouldn't have woken up today. Oh, there's my problem. Target angle on you would have to match the 59, or maybe like the opposite. I think it's usually the opposite, negative 59. Yeah, that's exactly correct. Nailed it. It's 59 and 59? It's not 59 and 59. What am I doing wrong here? It is negative 59? In order to keep that flat, it would be negative 59? Okay. Well, I guess that's our deciding factor then. This is... I mean, we'll be able to move it in and out and stuff. So yeah, but that's our deciding factor about how hard the target angle will be. So give me 55. And then on you, a negative 55. you're penetrating yourself still, so give me a negative 50, and give me a 50. Wait. You are at a 50. Did I... No, it's here, you silly. It's a 50. It looks like you can do that without significantly penetrating yourself, and that does keep us flat, and bear in mind, of course, that we can also have this extended significantly out there for trying to, you know, get it left and right. So that's okay. I think that's okay. Yeah, it sets it up very nicely. So pull that back in so we can figure out what it's going to be in the other direction. Now I can come off YouTube and watch straight at Twitch. Sick. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Thank you so much, Snoo and the Light Guy 89. Damn. I forgot what it was like to feel joy. So those are our angles. You should plug them in before you go too far, Pawn, and then you lose sense of what the fuck is even going. Click on this, so when I hover over that, this is going to be 50. Start from you. So value of 50 is where you'll start, and then value of negative 50 is where you'll start, in terms of being all the way to one side or the other. Chat paused due to... It wasn't, though. Game. And then the other end of things, let's just see what we can get away with. So target angle all the way over here. And things on top of things on top of things. You, target angle, well, what's your number there? You're a negative 60 is what you are. And you'd have to be a 60 then. And are you straight up and down? You are, and you're penetrating. Beautiful. Is this just going to be... I think we're just going to go with 50s. We'll do the 50s. It looks fine. I mean, we've got a little bit more angle on this side than the other, but let's start here. So if this is 50, then we'll just do negative 50 the other side.
Lost my first place just taking the other one.
Little magnets. Taking the others, so alright, with the cheers and stuff, 118 pushes you up to 1357, pushing Dramatian down by a single bit cheer. 1357 for this month. Light Guy 89 taking the lead, pulling ahead in the sub donations with 10s. Little Magnets at second with 9. Snoo at 5. Coming around the track. Hoof Hearted. Ever seen that thing with Hoof Hearted? It's Hoof Hearted. It's the name of the horse that's running, and they named it Hoof-Hearted, which, if you haven't noticed, sounds like who farted if you say it fast. So the guy is, you know, he's freaking out. He's like, oh, who farted, coming around the corner, who farted in the bleed, you know, that kind of thing. That works, except for when we extend it. Push right through the goddamn wheel of ourselves. But you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be at that height. You know, it might be at a different height when we're using it, so I'm just gonna allow that to be a thing. Yeah, because that does have clearance on both sides, but just, and it gets the job done, I think. So, for you, let's say also a 15-second length. Close it, and then... I don't remember which ones is do what and who. Open the editor on you. You got what I need. You say, and you can't do it there. You know, there's things that I'll have to be paying attention to when I'm using it, but this should make it easier to use. And so this is the this is flat rotation. This is flat docking. We'll call it flat docking. Or maybe I should call it like flat rotation. Flat docking is fine, it sounds cooler. Who's on first? Yes, who's on first? I don't know, third base. And that's Dramatian, pulling into the lead for the, I presume, if I click back over. Dramatian with 1361, 1357, who farted, coming around the corner, who farted? And what are you? Is this editor? You're gonna be the other one? Yep. Yep, so this is vertical docking. Right? What did I call that? No, I called it flat docking. So horizontal, I like flat docking, sounds good. Flat is flat. Upright docking. Upright? What do you want to call it? I think vertical docking sounds best. Vertical docking animation on that one. And then you would be your flat docking, your vertical docking, and then you are a kind of docking we're not allowed to talk about on Twitch, or else I get a banned again. Wait, you're vertical docking? What? Open the editor. So, sorry. And then you're... Okay, you're the one that's just, that's translation. Translation. Yeah, because it just moves left to right. So that's translation. Okay, we've named all of them. Is that helpful? I don't fucking know. Wait, is the joke baseball or horse racing? Alright, who's on first? Who's on first? We're doing both. We're just alternating back and forth. It's tomorrow in the back, in the future, and dead last. Then who's taking the lead? I don't get it. I do get it. But so that's all of the things and stuff, and the guys. They're all there. So now if we just set everything to like a 0. Just restored it all to where it started. Target extension is 0. You got what I need. You say he's just a friend. Target angle at 0. Okay. And then for packing it, sending it away and stuff, we actually found out that this works pretty good if we do target it if we go this way to the point where we can just barely, we're not actually clipping into ourselves, just like that. And then with you come back like that to where we're not clipping in on ourselves. And we can pack that thing up and ship it to Minmus, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe we can. Huh? Huh? We need to test it, obviously. Obviously we need to test it. Jesus, do I have to explain everything to you? Obviously we need to fucking test the fucking thing. Duh. Fucking duh. But, how do we test the fucking thing? How do we fucking test the fucking thing? God, fucked if I know. Fucked if I know. 'Cause... something. Stuff. The other. Like, you're attached like that, so... you're in a weird way that's not helpful. And I don't want to accidentally delete you. You know? By making a save where you're not in the right place. Okay, I got an ID. You got an ID, opponent? I got an ID. So if I were to rip this off, get rid of that side of things, you know? We don't need both sides of all the things, now do we? We'll put down to 10 and 10 on everything that's in here to simulate Minmus conditions, as though that's a thing. And then you can't actually attach via your docking port to over here like I had hoped. Put the Jeep on one end and the engine on the other tank. That's, yep. That's what I wanted to do too, but I can't. I just gotta figure it out again. So this to here. That ain't gonna be right, but that's fine. And then you, if I could, how do I get you to the place where if I change to you, and then I grab you, it won't be here though. That won't be the node that I can attach to. Yeah. Yeah. Always a little bit of a game trying to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do here. I made you the root part. And then you won't pull off like that. How? Tweak the Jeep robotics so it's at the right height. Oh yeah, we can do that. We can do that. I need to figure out how I'm gonna get this docked to there though. How do I get the docking port as the node. Put something past the docking port? Put something on the other end of all this? And then make that something... No. Oh, I hate this fucking game. How do I make you an active node again? That's what I need to know. Like one of you. You or you. If you're the center... Oh, good. If you're the center... No. Okay, wait. If I put... This is probably wrong too, but if I put that there and then made that the center and then grabbed this and made a copy of it and then did that and then ripped everything off from here and then shit, balls. Oh man, Rick. Oh man. You're already you're the root? But you weren't before. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep it in frame. And then, like, now that you're the root, but why is selecting you selecting everything if I just set the fucking root to... we'll make you the root, and then you rip off and go fuck yourself. Okay, and then, make the, driving seat, it won't make that the root part. Fair enough. There's a node under the, you know what, don't worry, yeah, I do need to worry about this. Give me, fuck, wait, it's in here somewhere. Where are you at? There's a probe core, it's buried in the engine, somewhere, there it is. There we go. It's simple as that. Simple as that. They just give you all the tools to be able to do what you need to do in the game. I mean, clearly they do. So you... all the wheels are down now. And then we can use the robotics on you. Just play. Correct direction. You deleted all my robotics, didn't you? We merged things together, and so it got rid of my robotic. Not these, though. Not these, right? Not these. Yeah. You best not have fucking fucked with these, you fuck. Okay, I can rebuild those robotics. It's fine. It's fine. Just gotta put everything else back to where it's supposed to be. You, 0, you, 0, you can stay where you are because we didn't adjust that. You, 0. Okay. Think. Now I'll just rebuild the robotics that we built before because this game is a piece of shit made by monkeys. So your robotics, pretty fucking simple, actually. We action group, because it doesn't save the information that so you just target angle down here, target angle, target angle, target angle, you, and then target angle you, and then just right in my ass, just fuck it, just fuck that ass, please. Please. And so the lowest that this would probably, I mean, conceivably, I don't fucking know. I had it programmed to a specific thing. You go from like your mom being a whore. We'll start at your mom being a whore is where we'll start. So -5, obviously. That's just yo mama. And then we take that to 90 to 90. So mom being a whore to 90. I think that's good. I think that's good. So if you start at -5 and go to 90, then this one needs to start at, I don't know. We're in that -5 realm again. Right? Alright, so fuck me. Fuck me. Just 0. 0. 0 to 90. And then you, 0 to -90? Yeah. Yeah? Just you're at -5 and you're just at 5. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Because I want it lower than that. For picking up things that are super, super low to the ground. And that's good. Okay. Now, line up the wheel heights in an ish kind of a way. You know what I mean? Kinda ish. Thank you. Save. We got everything here, right? Make a copy of the Jeep and steal that controller. It doesn't work that way. It's broken in the worst possible way. I think you can merge it in. So maybe. You can merge it in, but you can't pass it across sub-assemblies. But I think you can merge it in. I think we figured that out. So yeah, okay, it does work that way if I merged it. But some sub-assemblies do not save robotics because, you know, it's not like they're charging money for this shit or anything. That's close. That's close. We're gonna save there, and are we actually gonna launch this thing? Jebediah, get in the command seat and get out there. Game crashes. 4 hours, 50 minutes later, game crashes. We finally got it, everybody. Your hard drive has been corrupted. You're welcome. If you dislike this, please don't mail Squad. They don't give a fuck. What? But you're not supposed to be in that position, my friend. Oh, Jesus. What are you doing? Play direction. Remember when I set that up so that it looked like that from the beginning? Do you remember? Because I remember. So does fucking Pepperidge Farms, bitch! I've got these on buttons, actually. If I hit 3, 4, 3, 4, 3. Okay, stop. Right, and it won't go past that for some reason. This is a brilliant game. I remember I set these up wrong. The action groups, actually. I set the thing up for you, and it was 3, and it was play sequence, and it needed to be toggle play for that to be really useful to me. So 3. No? 3. No? Alright, well. Yeah, that's good. That's... What was that? Let's just put the brakes on, maybe? F3. Oh, just one of our controllers that we wanted to test crashed. Cool. Well, I'm trying to fix the other things that aren't right about this craft. Cool. So, when you apply robotics in the VAB, it's not actually in that state. And now it is. This time it is. The first time it loaded out, it wasn't, and now it is. What's the difference? You tell me, friends. Doesn't matter. Turn your headlights, use lights on and off, that kind of a thing. We need some tweaking on the Jeep before we ship it. With the control groups, action groups, and what's on and what's off, and that sort of a thing. But okay, so what did we want to even fucking do here? So we're out here, and we want to, like, unpack. Yeah? We want to unpack. So I'll go over here. We just landed. We're going to go, boom, target angle. Oh, shit, that's the wrong one to move first. Okay. I mean, it doesn't really matter. So you'd want to do that one first and then that one. Yeah. They move pretty goddamn quick. I might want to change that too. In their, like, how quick they try and get where they're going to go set up there. You really are at 0, huh? You don't look like you're at 0. You look like you're kind of bowed and shit. You are vertical docking. Okay. From this position, when I play it, are you going to go to the start and then start playing it? How does this work? Play direction, forward, go. I love it. I love it. It's very good. Just look at that move. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. And then it does that part of it. Sure. Ooh, we might have messed up right there, but I think, you know what? It's probably going to be okay. What are we doing? What is life? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Play. You're not moving. You're not moving. Cool. Cool. You do anything? Hey, that one works. That one actually works. Anybody got any theories about why Kerbal's not working, you know, this time? Play? Open the editor. Oh, hey, there's nothing in it. That could be problematic if all of the things that we had put into it had not actually deploy the landing legs. It's not bad, I suppose. When they hit the ground, I'll be able to adjust them and things on Minmus, you know, and then we can play with the spring dampers and spring strength. Just that kind of a deal. If they are at full weak-ass mode. Something works, yeah. So all of the animations, they incidentally, did you note that they do know that they have maintained the knowledge that it's a 15-second long animation, but everything else that took me all that time to do is no longer shown here. It's fine because we saved it after I confirmed that those were working. Just one of the last things that I fucking, you know, double-checked and tested was these are good. You know, because we lost the animation there and I had to rebuild it. But when that happened, I said, well, let's just make sure. And then I clicked play from here. And it did things. And now it doesn't. And now it doesn't. And now it doesn't because all of the editors are empty after I fucking confirmed that they were there and then hit the save button. And that's a live stream, ladies and gentlemen. That's a live stream. Thank you, squad. Thank you, Kerbal Space Program. I'm fucking done. Where are the devs? Where are they? You saw that, right? Go back and watch the part of the fucking live stream where it had lost, for no reason, all of the information that I had put in the editor for the Jeep. So then I went, oh shit, it didn't lose all these, and then I clicked and I played it, and it was there, and then we saved it, and then we loaded it out, and now all 3 of those animations are no longer there. Right? We all saw the same thing. Yeah? I saved it, launched it, came back. It didn't, they don't exist anymore. We all saw the same thing. Yes? Because I'm pretty sure that's the end of a live stream, is what that is. Try a reload of craft. Let's see, because I did save it. Well, the information was there. So maybe it's, you know, all of those bugs in the game. I reload, I right-click, open editor, nothing. Right-click, open editor, nothing. It remembers the name, it remembers the 15-second duration, it remembers nothing about all of the animations that I took all that time setting up. Open. Load. Open editor. Nothing. Open editor. Nothing. It even remembers the screen position of the editor where I last had it. It's remembered the XY coordinates of the open window, it's remembered the name of it, it's remembered the length of it, it has discarded all of the work. We're all here? We're all with me? We all see it? Yeah. We all see this game. Yep. So that's a live stream, everybody. That's a live stream. This game is for sale if you'd like to purchase it from the people who made it. Clip that and tweet it to the devs. Fuck the devs. Clip that and tweet it to the devs. Fuck the assholes who spent 11 fucking years working on this game and launched it with all these bugs and glitches. Clip this and send it to the fucking devs. Here's your game. Here are the bugs and the UI errors and the problems in just... This is 11 years of your work. You have sold it. Instead of fixing all of these bugs and these UI errors and these... You've started shipping DLC. Really, this is where I am so far. This is where I am so far. Clip that and send it to the devs. Pirated it already. Good. Don't buy this fucking thing. Steal it from them if you're interested in playing in this piece of shit that nobody cared about. That it took them 11 years to get it this good, everybody. That's the end of a live stream. And day kind of ruined. Thank you guys for coming out and joining me. There's a part of me that's just satisfied though. You know, after all that work and all that struggle, trying to figure it out, trying to design the thing, hours and hours. We're like 11 hours into the build for this launch. You know, if you count yesterday and today, it's all just been building, designing, developing, and I've been enjoying that process. As soon as I start playing the game, even more shit falls apart. But the robotics system doesn't actually save across its own, across subassemblies. Apparently it doesn't save, you know, when you click the save button. Sometimes. So, like, I'm actually, like, satisfied. You know, I'm walking away, like, reinvigorated because after, like, 3 hours of grinding out the robotics that are really hard to fucking work with, you got all these sliders that are, like, just overlapping, and then in a certain menu, like the target angle is the top one, and then on the next one, actually the limit angle is the first one, and then the target angle is the second one. So you keep clicking and trying to make adjustments, and you're accidentally making errors because the UI is so fucking inconsistent. After the grind of that, I was just feeling like kind of lethargic and just conceding to this is my fucking life playing Kerbal Space Program, and I'm actually reinvigorated by coming to the end and finding out, you know, on stream, live, very easily to see that hours worth of work, you know, thrown the fuck away because the developers of the game are fucking monkeys. It's reinvigorating. I'm like, bah! Boom! Yeah! I feel up. I feel alive. I feel, what's the words? Justified. Justified. I feel good, actually. Just stare at the cam disappointed the whole time. Do the thing we used to do in the 90s. Save it like 8 times. I'm used to clicking, whenever I play the game, it's just F5, do a thing, F5, do a thing, F5, do a thing. VAB, save, 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 save. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I saved it, and then we launched it. After 4 hours of build. To give it a little test. And it deleted everything that I'd done. Well, I'm back. Oops, it's the end. Yep, that's the end of a live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Do not give Squad your money again. Honestly, at this point, like, KSP2's coming out, we're all excited. I think it's justified at this point to say, when KSP2 comes out, pirate that too. If you're interested, pirate it too. And then play it for a little while. I'm gonna suggest like 8 months to a year, and find out if it works, if it's not a big buggy mess, and if whatever bugs do exist, if they actually get patched before they start shipping DLC, and then, having pirated a version for a year, decide whether or not you want to remunerate the people who worked on it. When KSP2 comes out, fucking pirate it. They couldn't be bothered to make the first game work. I think they owe us. I think they owe you. I think they owe me. I think they owe us all. I'll see you at the next live stream. Cluster Truck. See you at the next live stream where I'm ready and willing to redo all of the work and figure out all of the angles for all of the robotic parts that it took us all of those hours to figure out again. So, Cluster Truck's up. On out. All the time.